join. Just gonna wait for a few people to join. Welcome to Saturday's live chat. Let me see who's gonna join right now. Let's see who's here. Let us see who's here. Hold on a second. Let me make sure. Let's troubleshoot too. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday, whoever is able to join. Let me see. Okay, good. Yay, YouTube's on. Okay, yeah. Let me see who's going to join today's live chat. Oh, boy, we got a lot to talk about. Hi there, Art Girl. Hey, sis. How are you? Hope your Saturday is going well. Hope your week went well, I should say, y'all. It's the second to last week in January. I can't believe it. Ellie, how are you, sis? How are you? Welcome to the live chat. How your week? How was your week, guys? I know you guys. If you're in the States, I know you guys had a holiday, MLK Day. I wish we had a holiday in January. I'm feeling the January blues, y'all. The post-Christmas blues. I'm like, I need another vacation. And I just had one. I just had one in December. I'm like, I need another week off. I need like 2 weeks off. Might need a month off. I don't know. Might need forever off. If you know what I mean. It's late. Yeah, sorry. I had to go late today. I had just way too many things to do. I know usually I go a little earlier. Today I had to go later. Y'all, I had to finish that Taylor Swift case study. I'm like literally done. And unfortunately, what ended up happening was that I was supposed to post it before the live stream. That literally took up all my time. And y'all, I hate editing. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I really don't like it. But I know that, I do enjoy doing it, but it's just very time consuming. But yeah, like the Taylor Swift case study I was ready to post it, but what happened was that the links didn't match up, and so some of the audios were under the incorrect sections, and so I had to literally go back and manually fix everything, and that took forever. But if you're wondering, if people are wondering, when the Taylor Swift, the last part is coming out, it was supposed to come out today. It was supposed to come out before this live stream. But due to technical issues, it's going to come out probably after this live stream, or no, I might do it tomorrow. We'll do it on Sunday. Let's do it tomorrow because I got to make sure that everything is smooth. It took me hours, y'all. Hours to fix the file. It was corrupted. It was so bad, but I fixed it. So I'm actually proud of myself for that. But damn, it took up all my damn time. So yeah, so I had to come in late today. So I apologize if you guys can't stay for the stream today. Just had to do it late today, but I shall be earlier next week. Yeah, I gotta catch up on some stuff. I'll take the vacation anytime, if only we didn't live in a capitalist society. Girl, for real. I'm not gonna lie, I'm jealous of my dog. Most of the time, I'm jealous of her. I used to live that life too when I was a child. When I say jealous, I mean I looked at her the other day and I was like, damn, to be in a world where you can just be free. She don't gotta wear clothes if she doesn't want to. She can poo and pee wherever she wants. I mean, not wherever she wants, but yeah. She gets food on demand. She gets cuddles on demand. And then I'm in my life. I'm thinking, because she doesn't understand the concept of work yet. So it's so interesting because whenever she sees me talking to the camera or talking on the phone, she's looking at me who are you talking to? What are you talking to me? She always looks at me like this. It's so cute. But got me thinking, and I'm like, y'all, we the only mammals that gotta work. This don't make no damn sense. Red flag. How's that even possible? We all came into this world the same way. And yet we gotta be the ones to wear clothes. I mean, we should. I mean, obviously, we're very aware. But we gotta be the ones to work and to survive. And they just living. They chilling. Just chilling. All of them just chilling. I'm jealous of birds. They're more free than any animal, right? I said that the other day too. I was like, yo, if I could come back, if there's such thing as reincarnation, sign me up to be a bird. And I'm gonna be an eagle too. Because then I could swoop in and get my food and I'm out. Or an owl. I love owls too. A big red flag. I gotta pay. Think about it this way. Like, we're the only ones who have to pay for stuff. That don't make no damn sense. We're all just existing here. Excuse me. And, sorry, my water went down the wrong pipe. And speaking of water, they get free water. They don't gotta pay no damn rent. They ain't gotta pay for nothing. They just exist. But I must say, though, we're more protected now. I mean, yeah, we used to be out in the wild, I guess. But, they got to worry about that. She's just lucky because she's a domesticated one. But what if she was a pet in another? I always think about that, too. She could have been born to the wrong family as well. So it's like, I guess they have their ups and downs, too. So birds would be right. I would actually be a bird. But then it depends on the type of bird because some birds are very much, like, prone to getting eaten by by other animals. Yeah, definitely that. It's like survival of the fittest, but in different ways. But Mimi got it, y'all. She got it good. She ain't got to worry about nothing. I ain't gonna let nobody take her. And she just gets her food, gets her stuff, and then she's out. I don't know where she went. She went to go sleep somewhere. But y'all, my room is a mess because of her. Like, I can't. Y'all, I don't know how people clean their, like, oh my God, like, having a pet is, honestly, like, for those of you who have kids, I will say this time and time again, how do y'all do it? Like, how is this even possible? I have one pet and I'm struggling. Like, I can't even clean nothing. I can't even do anything. It's like, everything gets messed up. You put stuff, you clean it up, and 20, 30 minutes later, it's all messed up again. I'm going to start making her pick up her toys, or I ain't playing. Yeah, she going to have to start doing chores. I'm not playing with her no more, because I'm tired of her stuff always on my damn... She needs her own room, that's one. But yeah, I'm going to have her pick up her toys. Hey, Miranda, how are you, sis? Mary, how are you? Yes, I'm doing well. I'm just rambling. Miss Blackson. Let me just go down the chat. Miranda, I said it. CFT. Hey, sis. Devonda. Hey, sis. Yeah, we're all doing well. I'm just ranting. the rantings of a pet mom right now. And yeah, so, and if you guys see me a little low energy, y'all already know why. It's months, the once a month stuff. That stuff be hitting. So I might have to do a few bio breaks between this session. You said kudos to you for keeping up with your hobby with your guy's new baby. I know. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. No, this is y'all a family, man. I love chatting with you guys, and I also love it gives me a really good outlet. And I was talking to my therapist the other day, and he was saying, because I still do the 2 therapies, by the way. I do CBT on Tuesdays, and there's this ADHD focused one. And then I do therapy, like individualized therapy. And so I was talking to him about just different things I do to kind of help me. But he did say I have a lot on my plate. He mentioned it, he didn't say he was just basically yeah, you seem like you have a lot on your plate. So he taught me oh, you know what? Maybe let me teach y'all real quick. And then we're gonna head over to the stories. So he taught me a concept, and I really liked it, actually. I'm learning a lot, actually, from the courses that I'm taking. It's only 2, I do the CBT every Tuesday, and then I did my therapy twice this week. It really depends on when I have time. But he did send me or he explained to me the window of tolerance. So let me talk about that real quick. So window of tolerance is basically how much your capacity is. And so we were just talking about my life and just different things I got going on. And then not only that, but just how to handle the pressure and the stress, because, I'm neurodiverse, and whenever I get stressed and pressured, I shut down automatically. And I feel it's just too overwhelming, and I start to I start to avoid things. I start to withdraw. That's my natural tendency. And so he recognized a lot of my behaviors and patterns. So we spent the first 2 sessions doing that, but he's starting to give me different ways of dealing with it, which I thought was so helpful. And also with my ADHD course, they're teaching us how to like use our executive functioning better, like how to handle things better and organize things, get a planner, schedule things out. I actually got to buy a planner tomorrow, so that's a good reminder. But anyways, there's a window of tolerance. So basically what it is like whenever you think of your life as like too overwhelming, it probably is. And so one way that you can start to gauge like how much you have on your plate and how you react to things, because your nervous system naturally has like a capacity that it could go to, right? So sometimes like you'll get like, you'll have a stress response like once you get to the limit of where your patience runs thin. And usually when that happens, that means you have way too much going on and you have to start looking at the window of tolerance. So how big or small your window is. So the goal is to make your window as small as possible, so that way you can show up in different areas of your life without feeling stressed or overwhelmed. So like, for example, for me, I'm doing, I work full time. If you're new to this chat, welcome. I do work full time. I know some people be thinking I'm a YouTuber. Like, I'm like, bruh, like, sister got a job, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, yeah, I got a job. I work full time. I'm also a wife, new puppy, mommy. Also like, I do YouTube on the side. I also do other things on the side. I have other hobbies I do as well. And so, not only that, but, just handling daily life, right? And so I realized that I have way too much on my plate. So he's like, yeah, your window's too wide. So he's like, we're going to start delegating some things. And so I'm excited about that. I am going to start delegating a lot more. I am going to do that. I'm going to find a way to do it. So, yeah. So anyways, that's the window of tolerance. I hope you guys look it up. It's really good. And then he also helped me with like, identifying certain emotions, and it was really helpful. I would recommend everyone, and I do all the time, but I can't stress it enough, y'all. Like, if you can afford it, because I know therapy is expensive and I know not everybody can have it. So I want to make sure that, like, I want to put that out there that yes, it can be pricey. I'm just thankful that I work for an employer where, we get those benefits. But if you don't have those benefits, there are also alternatives, because I know in Canada, I don't know if you guys have it in the States, y'all. I feel bad for y'all, because we finna go over some stuff going on in the States right now soon. But if you're in Canada, definitely go through your medical plan. So I know in different provinces it's called different things. Like, for example, in BC it's called the service card. I know in Ontario it's called OHIP. In Quebec it's called RAMQ. But anyways, they offer therapy. Like, you could get the free like CBT therapy. You just ask your doctor to refer you, and they will get you into those courses. And you just have to pay like $75 just to book your spot, and you get it. Like, it's refundable, or not refundable. It's like a deposit. You get it back if you attend all the classes without missing like 2 classes. I think 2 is the maximum you can miss. And then if you miss like if you miss more than 1 class, then you won't get your $75 back. But it's worth it, y'all. It was really worth it. So yeah, just been doing great. Okay, let me read some comments. We got to get through the time, I know, because it's late. Miss Blackson, you said facts. My dog be having stuff everywhere. Yeah, I'm tired of that. She's oh, by the way, y'all, she's jumping, like literally jumping. I might need to update my Instagram. Dom has her all over his Instagram. I haven't done it yet, but she knows how to jump now. She learned. And so the other day, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I was shook, because we had this delivery box, right? So, the delivery driver, he dropped the box in front of our door. And so he knocked on the door, and then I was like, okay, I got the box. And then I turned my back, making her little lunch or whatever. And then all of a sudden, I turned around and I saw her sitting on the box. And I was like, how did you jump on the box? So I was like, wait, maybe maybe it was a fluke. So then I told her to get down. So I picked her up. I said, no, Mimi, you can't get on there. So I put her down. And then she literally jumped on the box in front of my face. And so that got me to thinking, and I was like, no wonder my stuff has been going missing. because I was wondering what she was doing with this one thing I had. And I was like, because, sometimes you put things in, like, I put it higher. Like, I put all my things higher so she wouldn't touch it. And I was wondering how she got my, I had, like, a bear from my graduation when I was in Korea. And it was higher up. And I was like, how did she get that bear? And I thought Dom gave it to her or something. But come to find out, I think she jumped to get it. Because I saw her in real time jump to get the stuff. So now, I've only had her 1 month, y'all. She was born in October. So in my mind, I'm like, how fast is she growing? Because I'm like, bruh, like, we might, and she jumps really high. I might need to get her into some sport or something. Like, she can really jump. Like, that's what she does all the time. We even put our recycling box here because we have to put it on top of the trash because she can jump into she knows how to jump in the trash and get stuff. So the other day she took my turkey bacon packet and had hid it under the bed. And I was like, red flag, what you doing with my turkey bacon packet? We just fight all day. And I have to run and get her. And she thinks it's a game. It's crazy, y'all. And then she likes to bite. Like, she likes to do y'all dogs like to bite like your arm and stuff? Like, she acts like she's a police dog. like she's about to fight crime. Like, y'all ever seen those like robbers? Like, y'all ever watch the show Cops? I know I don't really like to watch that show sometimes because y'all know the profile and all that, but y'all ever seen robbers run and then the dogs, like, they'll get the canines to run after them, they get the arms and that's what she be doing with me. And I'm like, are you a police dog? Like, you a service dog that I just didn't know about? Because she loves grabbing my arm. Like, I have to literally wear a huge sweater because then if I don't do that, like, all of a sudden I'll just be sitting and all of a sudden I just feel the arm. And I tried my best to like distract her with other toys because I heard some people say, oh, like, you got to give her other toys so she will stop doing it. But she loves like grabbing my arm. I don't know what it is. And she like, and then she'll be shaking it like she a damn pit bull. And I'm like, you are too little to be having all this damn strength. I done got y'all. I told Dom we gotta do a documentary called Surviving Mimi. Y'all, you can't see it because obviously I'm darker, like I'm black. But I got scars here, y'all. Like, she done bit my damn like hand up. Dom has scratches on his legs. Like, she done bit. Like, we are trying our hardest and we're like, yo, we gotta survive this dog, man. But anyway, she about to go to daycare. She got her rabies shot yesterday. Oh, as soon as that little time, because they say you gotta wait like 2 weeks to make sure like it marinates or whatever. I'm like, say less. Soon as those 2 weeks are up, she is going to daycare because she needs to go get all that energy out of her. She needs to play with other dogs. I think that she's a fighter dog in her past life or something. I don't know. Maybe she woke up in her mom's womb fighting her siblings. I don't know what it is, because I would love to know like what happened on that farm that they raised her at, because she just loves to fight. So she's really a fighter, y'all. And sometimes, like, I'm not gonna lie, I entertain it. Maybe that's why she jumps on my arm, because we play fight sometimes. It be getting crazy because I have her on the bed, like, we be fighting for real. Like, I'm like, poo, poo, like, get her little belly, and then she like jumps on my, y'all, she got my bonnet off. She took my bonnet off, took my dress, started, yeah, like, we really fight. But yeah, it's fun. I ain't gonna lie. It's really fun, but then it's a lot. So, and she only does it to me. Mimi be training for the Olympics. We might need to do an obstacle course. I actually was thinking about that. I was like, dang, I was looking up areas that have like maybe like training for dogs on the weekends. Because her daycare is gonna be a bit far. Like, I'll have to go into work. So what it is I'm gonna try to find a daycare in my city, but also like close to where I work, which is, I mean, I live in the same city, but it's a little further down. And I'm going to try to have her in maybe 2 daycare spots, but I'll start with 1 first because, she's still young. So, yeah, I'll go into work. Damn, I don't want to go twice a week, though. Damn. Troubles, y'all, troubles, because we only have 1 vehicle. So I would have to figure out how we're going to do this. But anyways, that's the Mimi update, y'all. She's doing really well. She had her shots. I don't know where she is, and I'm kind of concerned. I don't know where she went. I think she's under me somewhere. Probably she's by the plant. She likes to sleep right by the plant. All right, I'll read a few comments, and then we about to get started, y'all. We getting this party started. CFT, you said, Romy, Baby Mimi is a daredevil. She thinks she has 9 lives, right? I'm worried, y'all, because she just loves. Only thing though is so funny because she loves to jump, but she's scared of heights. Because when she's on our bed, like she'll look down and then she gets a little scared, and then sometimes when I pick her up, she's scared, and then like she's just so funny, but she's only scared around humans, which is crazy because she's not scared of no dogs. Like she'll be around big dogs. I'm more scared than she is because I'll be like, yo, this dog better not start nothing, because I'm telling you, I'll carry a switch with me all the time. Like I don't play that. I always have a little, thing with me. I have a little thingy thing with me. So I got a little, if I need to get a cougar, it's on site. I'm not playing with these cougars, man. Like, because we have cougars and bears in Canada. Like, where we live in our province, not in our province, on the island, we have the largest, like, population of cougars. So sometimes they do be coming around neighborhoods and stuff. Not mine, but, they be out in the wild sometimes. And, I'm always ready to go. I'm not playing with that. So I have my little, my little thingy things. But she's not scared of any other dog. Like she'll be around big dogs, start sniffing their butts. Like I'm the one who has to hold the bag, and it was so funny the other day. Okay, really quick, and then we'll head into our segment. There was this dog, and it was so funny because I saw this guy, this Asian man, right? He came out his house. He came outside with his poodle. I think she looks like a poodle to me, or poodle mix. But she's older. She's a little bigger than Mimi. But Mimi was the one like pressing her, like all friendly and stuff. She's like too aggy. And I'm like, girl, you too friendly with these dogs. No, don't be too friendly. Like, you gotta chill. And then the other dog was so scared, and she started going like this and started. And then I said, oh, I'm so sorry. She's still learning about like, etiquette around other dogs. I'm still socializing her. He's like, oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. And I said, how old is your dog? And he was like 9. I think he said 9. Yeah. And I was like, damn, she old. And she's scared like that. And Mimi's like only like a few months, and she's already pressing on people. So I was like, all right, and then I was like, okay, Mimi, let's go. And he's like, wait, what's your dog's name? And I was like, my dog's name is Mimi. And then he's like, that's my dog's name too. And I was like, oh my God, Mimi. And then it was so funny. But then I was thinking, and I was like, hold up, because he's Asian. So I was like, hold up, like, maybe this is a thing, because Dom did tell me in Korea they like to use like really short names, because that's how they do, like the 2-syllable names, right? He's the one who named Mimi. So he was like, yeah, like a lot of people love those names, when he was explaining to me like why he wanted like a name like Mimi, Kiki, like those kind of names, right? So then I was like, all right. And then I asked him, I was like, hey, if you don't mind me asking, like, what's your ethnicity? And he said, no, he didn't say that. Sorry. I said, oh, her dad named her. And then he was like, oh, and then I asked him, what's your ethnicity? And then he was like, oh, I'm Korean. And I was like, oh, that's why. So it was so funny. I was like, oh, my husband's Korean too. Da, 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 da. And he's like, oh my God, like, nice to meet you. Blah, blah. But the crazy thing though is that her name is Mimi, the other Mimi, but also that Mimi was not scared of her. And she's not scared of big dogs. She's not scared of anybody. And she's not scared of dogs, but she's scared of humans. And she's not scared of women. So when she sees women, no, she is scared of women. So wait, it depends on the woman. So like if it's a smaller woman, she's fine. But if it's like a woman like that, like is a little taller, then she gets a little scared. So yeah, I gotta work on her with that. But other than that, that's the Mimi updates, y'all. She might wake up and start causing chaos. So if she's quiet right now, it's only for a little bit. Okay, let's see who else is here. Hold on. At the start I felt, hey Elle, how are you, sis? You said you heard you have to yell loudly in pain for the puppies to stop biting. That don't hurt. That, y'all, I yelled. I've ignored her. I turn around, stop playing. It's like she just doesn't stop. But she's gotten better. I will say, though, that she has gotten better. So now when I say no, she listens to me, which is great. Because in the beginning, when I said no, it was like, she ain't know what it is. Like, she just keeps going. But I say no, then, she stops. But she does love playtime with me. It's because I was the one who I wrestled her. I think from the day I wrestled her, it was over because now she remembers. So every time I sit down, like I'm on the bed, she want to wrestle. She loves to tussle. That was my fault though. But I mean, I love playing with her in that way. But then she forgets that I'm a human. I'm not a dog. But then another thing I started doing, I don't know if this is right, but hell, if y'all better not call SCPA on me or some humane society on my ass. But what I did is I started biting her back. I ain't play that. I was like, look, you bite me, I bite you too. Because one time she bit me real hard and that thing hurt, and I said, ow. And then she looked at me and I said, you want to know how that feels? And then she started laughing though. She thought it was funny. Not laughing, but like she really was like, that's her little laugh. And then she started biting me again. I was like, damn, it didn't hurt. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I started biting her a little bit. But then I was like, I don't want her fur in my mouth. So I stopped doing that. But yeah, don't call the SCPA on my ass, please. Wait, what happened with Mary? Did something happen? Hold on. You said sorry to Mary. Hold up. Mary, how are you, sis? Dilly, how are you, sis? You said, hey, girly pops, what do you call your subscribers? Roamers? I don't know. But hey, girl, I don't know either. Y'all come up with y'all name. Roamers? Y'all, you know what the crazy thing is? Y'all used to be roamers when I used to do the travel vlogging thingy thing, but I don't do that anymore. So it's like roamers through life, I guess. I gotta come up with a name for y'all. You're right. You know what? That'll be on my not my bucket list, on my agenda. What am I saying? That's how you know I didn't get no sleep this week. I've heard it from my Black American friends who have origins in the South. I think Joe Jackson used the word in the Jackson 5. Joe Jackson? What are we talking about Joe Jackson from? Hold up. What did I miss? You have to do an HR in a life of Mimi. I want to. I'm gonna give Mimi her own channel, y'all. Not a YouTube, but like probably starting on like some Instagram or something like that. Dom and I are just working it out because I have tons of videos I would love to share with you guys. She's a hilarious. And she is like me. I ain't lying. She is like me. The only thing is I'm not a picky eater. She's more picky. She's picky. She's a picky eater like my mama. They're both born on the same day. Her and my mama got the same birthday. Libras. I got a Libra daughter. Oh, Lord. Just learned what a switch is from my Jamaican friend. Wonder if it's a Caribbean word because I had no idea what they were talking about. Yeah, switch is just like something you use to whip people with. I got to switch. I got to switch. Beat them animals up. I ain't playing with them. They better not touch my daughter. And she's getting spayed soon because I was like, no, you ain't going to bring no, you ain't gonna have a baby daddy running around in these streets. I don't want you to have a baby in daycare or something like that. I'm gonna have to go run up on the daddy. We ain't gonna have we not gonna do that. So we won't have to get spayed. Yeah, she's gonna get spayed. You're no longer engaged? Oh no. Okay, that's the news I missed. Hold up. Where are you? Also, good news, I'm no longer engaged. Is that good news? Well, congratulations. You're saying it's good news, then congratulations, sis. I'm happy for you. I know it's hard. It's gonna be tough. It's going to be tough. But it sounds like it was. I'm just hoping you'll comment. But I'm hoping that it, like you said, that you're happy about it, or it's good news. So I'm assuming that it didn't work out for a good reason, but I'm still wishing you the best. And, you know, I know like what it feels like because your girl also went through that a few years ago. That was way before Dom. But I think for me, like in hindsight, I was so happy that it didn't work out. And so I'm happy that you already feel that. And also, I will say, though, that one thing I have learned is that you will be the one who's okay, but other people around you will be the ones bringing it up. So hopefully your family and friends are supportive of it. I think that probably is the hardest part to navigate, is the outside and external, like kind of like the external, I don't want to say pressure, but just kind of like the external like commentary on the situation. So I would say that would be the only negative side. But other than that, if you're happy, girl, I'm happy for you. Congratulations. And take it from somebody who ended an engagement in 2014. And then, things happened, life happened, and here I am right now, right? Married to one of the best, well, hell, every time somebody says that, there's something that happens, but married to, I'm not going to say my soulmate, because every time somebody says my soulmate, Lord, y'all already know what happens afterwards. So I'll just say married to a man who is doing very well right now. That's it. That's the most I can give you, because after doing all these case studies, we ain't giving nobody they flowers, especially a man just yet. No. Oh no, we're not doing that. They've already disappointed enough of us. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna read 2 more comments and then we'll start the stories. Yeah, you said thank you. It was hard, but I'm glad I was honest. He started the conversation, but I ended it. That's good though. It ended amicably. That's actually really mature. That's actually really good. That's a good sign. I'm really happy for you though, sis. And I'm telling you, like, whatever happens afterwards, like in life, I always say, like, everything happens for a reason. And I stick by that and I stand by that, because everything that has happened in my life where, I had some type of disappointment or struggle or challenge, it always led to something better. Always. Always. So take it as you will. I will say that though there's always gonna be like, I'm telling you, hindsight is 2020. And when you look back, you're going to be like, oh my God, that was such a pivotal time in my life. Because I promise y'all, if I didn't have that broken engagement, none of this, you talking to me would not exist. None of this would have existed, because I would have never gone to Korea. I would have never traveled abroad. I would have never done all the things that I did. I would have been in a whole different life. So yeah. Everything happens for a reason, and God got you. So really happy for you, sis. Hey Shauna Michelle, how are you, sis? Welcome Princess Imani. You said not dog baby daddy. Yeah, they be deadbeats. Yeah. Oh my God, there was a TikTok was it? Oh, I'll see if I could find it. But anyways, okay, let's get started with our stories for today. There was a TikTok video of this this dog. And they were like, the mama dog just had a whole bunch of puppies. And then they brought the daddy dog inside of the playpen. And he went in and went right back out. He didn't even try to play with his kids, nothing. That was crazy. I need to show y'all the deadbeat dog. And I was like, yeah. Them little dogs better not play with me. Better not play with me either. You said, now it's time to lock in. I'm completing my RBT training. Took a break today for obvious reasons. I'm happy for you. I love to hear it. Yeah, it's the best time to I'm telling you, the best time to get things done is when you have no distractions. And I'm not saying a relationship is a distraction, but it just adds extra to your life. Remember, I said the window of, what was it called again? The window of tolerance. So having a relationship, people don't realize how much energy it takes from you. Like, even like right now, I can talk to you guys because Dom's at the gym. And if he was here, it's just him being around. And then even when I'm editing and doing stuff, it's like, it's a lot when you're in a relationship or when you have a significant other, because you do have to cultivate that relationship and spend time with them. And then you also have other obligations as well. So take that time for yourself. I'm so happy you're doing your training, doing what you need to do, sis. So all good. Now let's get to it, y'all, because we got a lot of stories to cover. I think I've talked enough. How long I talked? 30 minutes already. Wow, time is going by fast. All right, let's get to our stories. So first story. Let's start with what's his name? D4Vd, because I did a story on him a few months, like a while ago when it first happened. If you're not up to speed with this whole situation, D4V, what's his name? D4Vd. Hold on, let me put my screen smaller so then that way we can start our chat. I can start screen sharing. Let's get the Windows capture up. Oh, why is it not up? Hold on a second, y'all. Let me delete this and start it over. I don't know. We're gonna call him David, DVD, whatever his name is. I don't want to say DVD because people think that DDG. So actually, I won't say that because this time it's not about him. But yeah, he there was I think she was a under no, she was it's not I think she was. There was an underage young girl who was found in his vehicle, and he had an inappropriate relationship with that young girl for many years. Family knew about it. There were a lot of developments that I didn't talk about because I remember in that live stream I said that it looked like there was some like illegal not illegal, sorry. What am I saying illegal? Some immigrant situation. I'm sorry to say illegal because we're going to talk about legal immigrants later on. But there was some type of immigrant situation because I was like, there's no way that the parents would have allowed this unless maybe there was some type of situation happening or going on. And come to find out, it was a situation where, her parents were, they were immigrants, and it's quite possible that in their country, because I remember we went over that, where in certain countries dating an older guy dating a younger girl, nobody cares, and it's acceptable, it's socially acceptable. So I think her parents were Hispanic. I don't remember which country it was, but I did mention that. I said that in a lot of cultures there is this like maybe acceptance of these type of relationships. And so it may not have been abnormal for them to have their daughter with an older man. Now, the issue is that she was found unalived. Not only that, but also she was, somebody did some work on her. And she was in pieces. And so they found her in the trunk of his car. And his car was in some impound or something. I think it was impounded, if I remember the story correctly. So he's been under investigating. He's very weird guy, creepy guy. He was having funerals for, I'm showing the Beckhams story and I'm not even talking about the right one. He had funerals like leading up to her, when she passed away. He had funerals at his concerts. Like, he's a very sick individual. And I believe that his parents, or one of his parents, is like an attorney or something. Hold on, I gotta find this information out. What's his name? D4Vd's parents. I believe his parents have influence, or one of the parents has influence, where he was able to evade capture, but I guess evade getting arrested for a while. But it looks like the window is closing for him. And it looks like he about to get locked up too. So now you see, like in October, so let's read up some updates. So in October, he puts the Texas homes his Texas homes in his mother's name. And the reason why is because if there's a civil lawsuit that comes out of this, because there's going to be a criminal lawsuit and also a civil lawsuit, I'm assuming coming down the pipeline, I will most likely, it will most likely be after his criminal law case or whatever, because the investigation is still pending. So now he put it under his mama's name. Red flag. So we can already see that he's enabled. 100%. Because if he's putting things under his mother's name, then that lets me know that his mother is in contact with him, number one. And number two, that she is okay with that, because you cannot put something under someone's name without their consent. So we have a whole family of degenerates that, and I'm sorry, like that's just how, my opinion, degenerates enabling degenerate behavior. Even after knowing this little girl, and I'm pretty sure they've seen her, I'm pretty sure that he's probably brought her around them. And again, this is why it's important to know the parents of the man who you are speaking to. And of course, she was young, she was underage, so she should have better protection, and everyone around her failed her. What I will say though is, for the rest of y'all, if you're, thinking of getting into a relationship, even now or sometime in the future, or maybe someone else who is a niece, nephew, cousin, whoever, little sister, older sister, doesn't matter. Point is that the way that he is raised will tell you everything you need to know. And usually behind these degenerate figures of men, I don't even want to call him a man, he's the scum, there's an enabling mother behind him. The fact that he put it under his mama's name already lets me know all that I need to know. This is the mama's boy. Red flag. So now let's read this one before we get to his friend getting arrested. So D4Vd is making some real estate moves as cops investigate the unaliving of a 14-year-old, of a 14-year-old. Okay, whoever wrote this article, red flag. It's not of a 14-year-old, it's a 14-year-old. Celeste Rivas, whose decomposing corpse was found in his Tesla. He transferred 2 of his Texas homes to his mother. Of course he did. According to new legal docs obtained by TMZ, the singer transferred the deeds to 2 Houston area residences he owns under a trust to his mother. Of course! Mama all up in it. All in the mix. Imagine your son. If you had a son, or if you have a son, just imagine that he brought an underage girl around. And all of a sudden, he is being investigated. And not only that, but they found her remains in his vehicle. And you tell me that you would let him transfer the deeds of his house to your name. And now I know some people are going to say, well, money's money. But at the same time, you're helping him hide his funds. Because all he's doing is trying to buy time. So then all his assets will go to his mom. And so when the civil law case happens, it's going to seem as if he's broke. This is why I'm happy TMZ. You know, TMZ, I know they be messy. But at least in this case, I will allow it. Because having this kind of paper trail and this evidence kind of shows that, hey, this is definitely he's trying to hide stuff. Hide assets so that they won't get taken. That's all that is. D4Vd made the changes on September 18th and September 22nd, and the 18th was the same day cops were called to one of his homes for a swatting incident. The caller, who was apparently using a device to mask their voice, falsely reported a shooting and a dead female victim. It looks like his parents and his siblings, so he got siblings? Is he the eldest? I need to know this information, and we're going to find that out. It looks like his parents and his siblings are already living in one of the homes. So, there we go. So, what do his parents do? That's what I need to know. This is very disturbing, y'all. When cops showed up for the swatting call, his parents answered the door and told police D4Vd's younger brothers and sisters and sister were upstairs. What is his nationality? Is he American? Like, are his parents from another country? I need to know this. There's a whole lot of enabling going on. As we reported, whatever his name is. So as we reported, LAPD executed a search warrant at the LA rental home where D4Vd was living on September 17th. Okay. His government name is David Anthony Burke. And he was tied to the, to that whole situation. I need to find out what his parents do for a damn living. What's his name? D4Vd. Well, let's look up his parents. Do they have anything? I don't want to look at Wikipedia, but sometimes I just need a quick background. Let's see. I need to know what do his parents do? His mother was spotted at a tech. Are we going to have to throw this whole family in jail? Red flag. Hold up. I'm going to read the comments. Maybe some of y'all know more about this case than I do. Because let's call him David. Damn it. David's mother spotted at a Texas Pew Pew shop as teen Celeste Rivas' unaliving probe intensifies. Okay, so they love to get pew pews. What's going on here? The mother of singer David, Colleen Roberts Burke, I'm going to copy her name. I need to see if anything will come up for her, was recently seen at a Tomball pawn and jewelry store near Houston. So she went to the pawn shop to you could get a pew pew at a pawn shop? Hold up. Since when? Maybe that's in Texas. No, let me not look that up because YouTube is going to definitely have a problem with that. Okay, I'll look it up on my phone. You could get a pew pew at a pawn shop. No wonder you guys have a high. This is craziness. Y'all remember I lived in the States until I was 18 years old and I hauled ass. I jetted off. But I'm trying to figure out at a pawn shop? That's seriously. Well, to be honest with you, you could buy that at Walmart, I heard you could buy that at Walmart too. That's crazy that it's so accessible like that. You would think that it would be more like harder to get one. Like you can get one at a pawn shop. So how do you regulate that then? There's no regulation. Oh yeah, because Texas is an open carry state. There must not be no regulation, because how is a pawn shop owner supposed to know people's criminal history and all that stuff, whether you just buy one? What the hell is this? This is craziness. I didn't know you could buy it at a pawn shop. I ain't gonna lie. I know that you can get a BB one at Walmart, but do they have real ones? Hold up, this don't make no damn sense. I don't know. I've never owned a firearm. I would love to one day, but in Canada, we're only allowed if you're hunting. There's specific reasons why you would own one, but not at a pawn. You can't get it at a pawn shop. I can guarantee you that. What is going on here? Why is it so accessible? Like, this is craziness. So all you gotta do is just have ID. That's it. All right, bet. So if I go to the States, it's on, because hell, if everybody's armed, then you gotta be strapped up then, because you don't know who's gonna try you, right? Like, this is craziness. And it's an AR-15. AR-15. Red flag. She wore black track bottoms. Who's she trying to? What is she trying to do? What they trying to? Are they planning an escape for him? Well, in case they get into a shootout or something. Like, what's going on here? Hold up. What is it? Oh, that's his mom. She looks like an enabler. I'm telling y'all. I know an enabling spirited mama when I see one. She looks like an enabler. Hold on a second. Okay, here. So the Daily Mail had it. I'm not gonna lie. They make you pay for some. Oh, times must be tough. Times are hard at the Daily Mail. That's when you know the economy's bad. What? They even got a paywall? Hold on. The Daily Mail has a paywall. Well, I can't even say red flag. Get your money how you get it, but damn. No, I'm not subscribing. $1.99 a month. How much is that? Hold up. Maybe I'll throw a little dollar, but they be messy. They're too messy, and I didn't like the coverage they did on Meghan Markle. They're very racially biased. I don't like newspapers. Like, I'm not giving y'all my damn dollar. Get out of here. How much is that per year? For the Daily Mail, $23. Damn, but think about it. If they get 23, or like, think $1.99. It sounds small, right? But let's say you get like, I mean, they're like globally known, right? So let's say you have like 20,000 like subscribers, because you know people be like, oh, $1.99 a month, charge it to the card. That's how much. Oh, they're making 39,000. That's actually not that much for a newspaper, but whatever. Keep your overhead, I guess. Now, I guess I can't get into the article, so forget the Daily Mail. But Sandra Rose. Oh, Sandra Rose is still around? Oh my gosh. Dang. Wow, Sandra Rose is still around. That's amazing. Let me go read up on. I used to read this. I used to read Sandra Rose a lot. Her and Nicole Bitchie, and there was another one. I forgot the other. Jasmine Brand. Sometimes I still read her stuff. Okay, let's keep going. So she's not taking any chances. What she got to worry about? My concern is this. Like, I could understand if her son was the one who was being pursued, and if he was the one who, somebody tried to unalive him or something like that. But what's she scared of? He's the aggressive red flag. So she thinks her son's innocent. Is that what I'm understanding here? And she's scared of folks. So she's so scared. She's not taking any chances. Okay, when was this? This was in September. Was this before the swatting? No, the swatting was after. She wore a t-shirt with the word "send nudes" on the front. This is a weird ass family, y'all. I'm sorry. Like, they just sound strange to me. Like, I don't understand this. It is the first time. No wonder he's weird. Because whenever you see a weird person, like, people be acting like the parents are so innocent. I'm like, no. Where there's a weird son, there's a weird parent. Weird as hell. They're all weirdos. So it is the first time she's been seen in public since the body of the young girl was found in the trunk of an impounded Tesla registered to her son. She would have turned 15 the day before her body was found in a tow yard. That is very sad, y'all. She lived a fast and sad life. She didn't even get to live. Like, imagine you, like, I'm almost, like I told y'all, next month I'll be 40. Imagine 40 years old. And I still think, like, I have more life to live. So you can only imagine at 15, like, how much life you did not live at all. And unfortunately, like I said, she was failed. So now, let's go down. This is him and him. Oh, did they have hold up. Hold on. Oh, there's an interview? Oh, we're gonna find it. Because where is this from? Oh, boy. Her husband is a martial arts trainer, and they homeschooled him after the 7th grade in Houston. Okay. Interesting. He began making montages for the Fortnite game and recording tracks at his mother's suggestion to avoid a copyright strike. Oh, he's the one. I remember that song, the Here With Me in 2022. Damn, TikTok strikes again. You see, if it wasn't for TikTok, this man would have never been famous. And if it wasn't for TikTok, that little girl probably would have still been. This is what happens when you have them slow, like when people can reach, like, what do they call it, virality in such a short amount of time. See, if he had to grind like the old days, you know, when musicians actually had to go to those boot camps and then those summer camps, and they had to actually, like, do a whole, like, artist development training, there's no way that he would have been able to be a star like this. That's the problem with these viral moments. And I'm not saying that it's bad in every case. Of course, there are some people who have made their families very successful, and there are some people who deserve that because they worked really hard. But unfortunately, you also have degenerates like him who are able to look at what they did, scheme and scam the system. He came out in 2022 and he went viral. This would have, like I said, it would have never happened that fast if there was real artist development and not this, you know, like everybody can go viral with just a snippet of a song. So now, and he also had Romantic Homicide as a song. This is craziness. So he's, like I said, something's wrong with his brain. Something been wrong. He signed a $3 million record deal with Darkroom and Interscope. Of course. And he was paid $500,000 upfront, followed by a $250K payment. He later received a check for $2.2 million with an option for another $6 million. His debut album, Withered, was released in 2025. So he basically was eating off of them 2 singles he did. You know who he reminds me of? YNW Melly. It was the same thing where I think, was he the one who had Murder on My Mind? I think that was one of his songs, and then he unalived his friends. It's another weirdo. Mama supporting him and everything, enabling. All right, so now, that's his documentary. Okay. Lord, what is this? I don't give a damn about this. Let's get to the parents. That's what I want to see. How long is this? 10 minutes. Okay. Let me read the comments. We're going to go through his documentary, and then we're going to see what his friend got arrested for. Because it's big news. Deja Rue, hey sis, you said, yes, Walmart and pawn shops, especially down south, they're available, mostly hunting. Hunting who? Hunting who? That's the question. Hunting what, I should say. Imani, how are you, sis? OG Soul Light, how are you? How are you, sis? Taylor Swift. What she got to do with this? Hold up. Red flag. Oh, I didn't even finish the case study, guys. Wait a minute. Should I add this? What do you mean she had to do with the conspiracy? What conspiracy? What's conspiracy? Oh, it's pronounced David, the D4Vd. Okay, sorry. Maybe he. Yeah, good. It's pronounced, because that's what I'm gonna call. I don't know how to say that. David. Okay, they just call him David. Hold up. What do you mean Taylor Swift? What does she have to do with this guy? Wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Not my research. That's actually really good that you brought that up. I did not see any of this when I researched her. I went through her whole life, combed through everything. I've combed through hours of footage, interviews. Oh boy. I still can't believe I pulled this case study off, y'all. I'm just ready to get that last damn part off my damn plate. Tired of that girl. Why is she always in everything? Why is she always in the mix? What is she doing with him? What happened with them? Okay, I didn't see none of this. What does she have to do with this? Hold on, maybe I'm missing something. Let me go back to the comments. Y'all gonna let me know. Wait, hold on. Yeah, they arrested his friend Neo. We're gonna talk about that, Imani. We're gonna talk about that. What does Taylor Swift have to do with this? Huh. Y'all gonna let me know. Is there an update on Britney? Britney? Which Britney we talking about? Spears? No, that can't be Britney Spears. The lady who got kicked out by her ex. Oh, yeah. Thank you. We'll do that tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Yo, just as quickly as I forget. The church girl. Thank you for reminding me. Let me put it on my alarm. That'll be for tomorrow. That'll be for tomorrow. Today we got enough stories, but tomorrow we'll do the Britney church lady. Let me write that in my agenda here. So Britney update. Britney church girl kicked out by husband. The one who kicked her out with that damn nonprofit letter that he wrote, red flag, like he was part of a damn shelter. Oh yeah, I left that was crazy. Kicked out by church. Okay, I'll just put husband and it was church. Yeah. I usually do church stories on Sundays, y'all, so we gonna do that. And we might watch the Drewski skit. I actually want to talk about that. The one that he did about mega pastors. I thought that was hilarious. That was crazy. Very true to life. Okay, I wrote that on my list. Okay. Hold on. What did Taylor Swift do? Y'all gotta let me know. What does she have to do with this? It's very strange. She helped Blake and Ryan conspire to steal the movie. Oh, Justin Baldoni. Oh yes, it's part of the case study, y'all. I added. That's why I've been taking so long. I was almost done editing, and I was so happy and proud of myself. And then boom, them text messages came out. And then I was like, wait. If I don't cover those text messages, y'all gonna have my head and be like, I want to hear what you think about it. So yes, I added that to the last part of the Taylor Swift case study. Wrap this right up. So yeah, it'll be included. I'll put it. I'm gonna post it. Taylor Swift case study will be posted tomorrow morning, and then y'all could have at it with that one. Okay, I thought she had something to do with this guy. I was about to say, what the hell is going on here? This is craziness. It came out in the last 3 days. Yup. Wait, what? It also falls into the timeline of her Eras tour when she met Travis. Blake relied on Ryan and Taylor's power and connections to basically bully Justin. Yeah. Oh, I talked about it. And I read through all them text messages. I read through them like what Lovely T always says, like Mother Goose. I read through all the messages, y'all. Well, the ones I could see that were available. I don't know if more were leaked, but I think we have enough to get through. I think we had enough, basically, with what I was able to find. And yeah, that was awful. Yeah, that was awful. I gave a lot of my... Anyways, y'all wait for the case study tomorrow morning. Y'all will see the last part, what I had to say about that. Yeah, they've been quiet, though. They've been real quiet. Yes. Okay. You said thank you so much for that. You're absolutely right. I've been learning who is really part of my community, so that's also amazing. Oh, I'm really happy. She said she had no involvement and just so happened to be there at the apartment, but that's a lie. Blake called her over to be her muscle. Wait. Hold up. What is going on here? What is going on? Okay, this is craziness. She acted like she ain't had nothing to do with it, and the whole time. Oh, okay. Anyways, look forward to the case study tomorrow. I know that it's still developing. hoping. And also Justin Baldoni, sorry to segue. We're gonna wrap D4Vd. We'll get to his friend, and then we'll watch this little clip that he had on YouTube. But just to touch upon it before we go back to our subject, or back to the topic at hand. What was I saying? The text messages revealed a lot. That's number one. Number two, there was something else I wanted to say. Damn, I forgot just as quickly. But anyways, I said it in the case study. Whatever I'm not saying. Oh yeah, Justin Baldoni. He has asked for a judge to dismiss the lawsuit. So we'll see what happens with that. I don't know what's gonna happen. And also, I don't know who leaked the text messages, but I know Dermois got them, and then now they're everywhere. And this makes sense as to why they came out with anyways, I'm not gonna say too much. Y'all watch the case study, because if I say too much, then this is gonna be like a case study part 2. So let me release the last part tomorrow, part 8. That's the final part. There's no more parts after this, unless there's like some big update where I have to give like a small where are they now type of like update. I plan to do that for a few other case studies. Actually, I want to do a where are they now, like just one video talking about where everyone is and what happened to them. But all I can say though is very interesting what's been happening in that world. All right, so now let's get into this mini documentary, and then we're gonna get into why his friend was arrested, and we're moving on to the next story, because this is craziness. What are in a Discord group about their love for shared video games. So he was sheltered. That's number one. He was homeschooled. I don't know where they came from, but they moved to Houston and they homeschooled them. Why? That's what I need to know. But hell, we'll do that research another time, because we got to move on. But I'm curious to find out why they moved to Houston and why he had to be homeschooled. Was there an incident that happened where he was before? Hold on. I need to see that. Where is he from? Is he from? I think he's from California, right? Oh, he's from New York. And then they moved to Houston. Why was he homeschooled after the 7th grade? Something is strange here. Maybe TMZ has the tea. Yeah, how did he become connected to a teenager? That's the problem. Okay, hold on. I'm just skipping through, y'all. I'm not going to read everything. He mainly listened to gospel music. Red flag. So all I'm going to say is he comes from a church religious background. Okay, that checks. Tracks. Sheltered. Tracks. This is awful, y'all. And again, I'm not saying gospel music is all. I love gospel music, but I'm saying is the environment he grew up in. I can see why his mother enabled him. So he mainly grew up listening to gospel music and was homeschooled. Was born in Queens, where he was raised. Why did they move to Houston and start homeschooling? What was the problem? I don't know, something's off here. Anyway, we'll figure it out. I guess when the court case comes, because he is going to get arrested eventually, y'all. They just getting the evidence ready. But once that happens, then everything will come out, just like with the Taylor Swift and the whole Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. So basically, all I'm hearing is that his ambition was to be a streamer or a video game player. And again, that is nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying that, like, it makes sense. He's always in the virtual world. So this is why he was able to get into the Discord and have these parasocial relationships, especially with the young girl. And why he, I don't know. Something's off with this kid, y'all.
Because of his ability, I know he's able to play and do. So I said, just make your own music.
I detect an accent. Where are these people from? You see, I detect a little accent. So we gonna find out. You know what? We just gonna do a Wikipedia search. Hell, we'll see. I had a feeling, because I was like, this enabling, that behavior is beyond enabling. Hold on. Let's see here. Where are his parents? Oh, they don't say where his parents are from. I detect an accent. So I am going to assume that he is also an immigrant child. I don't know. So I'm going to have to keep listening to her accent. It could be a southern accent. I don't know. But it sounds very... I'm not trying to get copyright struck, y'all. Where are his parents from?
Happens that I posted this.
Fast forward. Okay. They live in a nice house. So they're doing very well financially.
It was one, I instantly gravitated to it. I downloaded it.
Okay, fast forward. I don't need to hear about your damn...
Every time he goes in there, we know.
I'm scared.
Okay, that's great. I'm trying to see if I can... Yeah, we know. Sheltered, red flag. I already knew it. You stay home all day. Like, this is my question. What is a 20-year-old doing creating or writing a song titled Romantic Homicide? That is my question. And your parents, again, you were under their supervision. They all lived in the same house. And you're telling me that they had no idea that he was dating this young girl? Red flag. He seems very close to them. And I'm not saying that all parents know everything their kids are doing, but hell, they seem like they're very... So what's happening here? And at the time, he's 20 now. But in 2022, he wasn't 20. He was not 20. So again, he was living with his parents. Y'all heard them, oh, we thought it was a scam with the record labels, da 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 da. So your son wrote a song titled Romantic Homicide and you thought it was a cute song? Like, that is weird to me. Like, I don't understand. Like, am I just in the Twilight Zone? Because I understand having an outlet to be creative. But then there are certain things that are extremely disturbing that you got to start questioning. Why would you let your son, or why wouldn't you say something I said? Like, you know, he could write whatever song he wants. But nothing like, you know, like nothing started spinning in your head. Like, why is my son writing a song about homicide? Did you not read the lyrics? Like, I don't understand. What is this song about? Hold up. We gonna read them lyrics. Here with me? Okay. You know, it's a little love song, whatever. But the romantic homicide does not sound like a love song to me. Hold on. Lyrics. So, again, 2020, he released 2 songs. So, your son came up with these lyrics. Oh, we're reading them. I'm scared. Oh. It feels like you don't care. Oh. Enlighten me, my dear. Why am I still here? I don't mean to be complacent with the decisions you made, but why? In the back of my mind, you died. And I didn't even cry. Not a single tear. And I'm sick of waiting patiently for someone that won't even arrive. In the back of my mind, I unalived you. And I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you. Red flag. What the hell? What is this? Like, I don't understand. The mom is older than me. Hold up. How old is his mama again? Damn it. I gotta go back again. These freaking people. How old is his damn mama? Oh, we gonna get to his friend too. Because remember, they had the mama's age. Hold on. Hold on. His mother heard in body cam audio saying he was home during swatting. Okay. Yeah, of course he's home. Like I said, she's enabling him. But anyways, we already knew that. I just need to know the age. What's the age? How old is his mom? I think they said she's 47. Hold on. Here, let's put her name here. Yeah, here we go. How old is she? I remember her age was here somewhere. 49. She's an Xer, y'all. Interesting. The baby boomers, the spawn of the boomers. Hell, I'm a spawn of a boomer too, but hell, the X's, my goodness, the most male-identified pick-me generation known to man. Worse than the boomers. That's all I will say. Trust and believe me, I have a lot of X's in my family, and it tracks. So now, your son wrote these lyrics and you thought it was cute? Boys will be boys? Like, what? I don't understand how this is even possible. Like, this is very disturbing to me, and you guys think it's art?
Know me?
You see, this is where it starts. The validation, need for socialization. And I get it. I understand. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have those feelings, but my problem is it seems like he does not know how to handle his emotions. One, the expectation of friends to be there for you. I understand he was in middle school. But this is why it's important for parents to pay attention to their kids and see where they are emotionally. He was going through a hard time. You made a decision to put him in homeschool, like from public school to homeschooling. That's a big transition. They don't prepare you emotionally for different transitions in life. And instead of handling the emotions, and I understand his dad is disciplined and that they had him in martial arts training, but that's not enough. To physically exert your body is not enough. I know that they teach you discipline, and they teach you different types of foundational structures that you should have, and I understand that. Don't get me wrong, I think it's amazing. I love Taekwondo. I think those ways of like the pathways that different kids can learn different areas of this, like of being disciplined, that's amazing. But at the same time, you also have to teach them how to regulate their emotions in other ways as well. He is a disturbed child, or was, and still is, and a disturbed adult now. Red flag. So now he's online all the damn time because you keep him in the house. And homeschool is not supposed to be like that. I understand that some parents, they want to homeschool you because they don't want you to learn different things from public school. But you're supposed to have your kids still socialize. There are a lot of homeschools that will still have people socialize with other kids. They will go to museum trips. They'll go out to, they're not all homeschool kids are the same. Some kids, they'll travel. Like they get the life experiences or the experiences of like actually the practical experiences, what I meant to say, through traveling, going to the museum, going on field trips with other homeschool kids. They make it a habit of like, yes, you learn at home, but then you're supposed to still interact with people outside of the house. You can't just keep your kids cooped up in the house. Like, that's crazy to me. But then again, you got some people who are just like I don't know what to say, y'all, because anything I'm going to say is going to be controversial. So I'm going to shut. No, I don't give a damn anymore. They need to have a criteria now. I mean, it's getting to the point where we need to really figure out, like, if people actually are equipped to have children. Just because you can provide for them doesn't mean anything. Because as we can see, this society is going down to hell in a handbasket. It's always been that way, but it's worse now because of this parasocial behavior. This kid needed help. Writing a song called Romantic Homicide is disturbing. Any parent would tell you, a parent who actually parents their kid would be appalled by that. That's exactly like I remember when I was a teenager. That's when the whole like pew-pewing at schools used to happen. Because remember, I grew up in the States. I remember at my middle school, there was a boy they found with a hit list. You want to know how they found out he had a hit list? Because his parents alerted the authorities. They were like, we found a notebook with a whole bunch of kids' names and some disturbing stuff. We're going to turn our son in. This is what happens. You have to prevent these things. Sometimes, yes, you can do your best as a parent. Maybe you didn't know. I understand that. But then if you see your child has a song called Romantic Homicide, that's when you pump the brakes and you say, hold up, something's off here. But no, you trying to figure out, is the deal a scam? And now look, years later, he actually fulfilled his fantasy. Imagine that's what he was thinking about this whole damn time. No music. Pentecost, of course, gospel, everything, a church, Sunday, Talking about romantic homicide. It's okay. The Lord is okay. He doesn't mean it. You got a whole demon in your house, don't even know it. And you sitting here every Sunday. Got the whole Satan all up in your house. And you thinking everybody else's kid is the devil but your kid. How? See, if parents focused more on their children the way they focus on society and on other things. You see, this is the thing. Because people always make it seem like people don't have time to focus. And that, like I said, you have a window of, I should have called this live stream, the window of tolerance. Every person has a window of tolerance. As a parent, this is the thing. I've noticed that there's more of a devotion and a passion to go to church and to actually raise your child. I said it. You expect other people to raise the kid that you bought from your ball sack and your vagina. You want other people to take care of that responsibility, but not you. How? See, we can understand it in other parts of society, but for some reason with children, it's like people are just so like, oh my God, I can't understand how to raise my kid. And I get it. No one gives you a manual, but hell, this is ridiculous at this point. But yet we'll show up to church every Sunday, every single Sunday, faithfully. And there's nothing wrong with that. But put as much priority that you do in church and in your other extracurriculars. You should put that much, even more, into your children and try to figure out what's going on here. Because obviously there was a problem, but you were so focused on other things. Go to church. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. And it's for a reason. You go to church. It looks like fairly religious. I mean, the fact that you're listening to gospel music and it's one of your top choices means that you are heavy involved in the church. And you wrote a song called Romantic Homicide and no one said anything? Red flag. Nobody said, hey, this is weird. Y'all want, oh wait, hold on. Let's go back. Because let's read the last part of that song. That was a poem, by the way. That was a short ass song. Look how short it is. Doesn't even have a damn chorus. In the back of my mind, I killed you. I'm going to say the real word here. I killed you. And I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you. Red flag. Who was this for? When did he meet that little girl? How long have they been together? Who was he talking about? Why are these the thoughts in his mind? Why? And yet here you go playing the piano every Sunday. Oh yeah, Pastor. Yes, Pastor. Every Sunday, Pastor. I'm like, yeah. Whole demon. Y'all don't read y'all Bibles. Wasn't Adam and Eve, didn't their son committed the first unaliving in the history of the world according to the word of God in the Bible? The first chapter of the Bible involves unaliving. And you couldn't even be bothered to read that. Your son is talking about that. Obviously, it was so important that they put it in the first chapter. No, not the first chapter. The first book of the Bible. First. They done got kicked out of the garden according to the word. And then they had kids. And then what did their son do to the other son? Unalived him. Jealousy and unaliving hatred. That's one of the first ones. Well, I mean, we already know they got kicked out of Eden. So the first one was really lying. Okay, and scheming. But then, once they got into the new world, the first thing they did on earth, procreated, and one of their kids unalived the other one because he had hatred in his heart and jealousy. You talking about killing, hating somebody. You didn't regret it. Because Cain said the same thing. Cain didn't regret it either. When God asked him, hey, Where's your brother? Am I my brother's keeper? He didn't regret it. He only regretted it when he got punished, when they excommunicated him from the community. And then your son wrote romantic homicide. And you say, yeah, his influence is gospel. Yeah, he was all up in the church. I don't want to go to church after this. If I heard this, like, I'm serious. If I was a non-Christian and I heard this, I'd be like, oh, take me out of that damn church. Because if this is the type of congregants you got in your church, oh, I'd rather just stay home. How is it possible that the congregants in your church are worse than the ones outside? Please let me know. Because other people's kids are singing about other things at 20 years old. They're not singing about no damn homicide red flag. They let these predators and sick-minded individuals. And I feel bad for saying that because he was a youngin'. But at the same time, it starts from somewhere. He's in the youth group. Helping volunteer. Checking off all the boxes. That's what they care about. But they don't care about your soul and the soul of that young girl. That's what bothers me. And then even after the fact, she's found in a car. The condition of which she was found just left there. Imagine. 14-year-old girl. She wasn't even 15. Decomposed. That means she was there for her. And you don't even care. You're going to go buy an AR-15 at the pawn shop. That's what you care about. Putting houses in your name. That's what you care about. But you don't even care about your son's soul. That's what you should be caring about. And you should have cared about it years ago, because then maybe this wouldn't have happened. But you didn't. And the reason I'm talking to the parents is because he was under their supervision when he was writing all them damn songs while he was being homeschooled. And then you wonder why we have this epidemic of all these young kids growing up to be monsters. They are in your neighborhoods. They're in your churches. They're living in the same building. I'm sure there's some around here. They're everywhere, seeping into our society. And then we wonder why things are going the way they're going. All we have to do is look at who's the caretaker. That'll tell you all you need to know. And if you want to do a case study on that or research, because I will do research on it. And I promise you, I'm doing a members only stream on DV this week coming up. I got a whole DV case study coming up. And from my members only, by the way. Very informative. But just look at pet owners. Like I said, you can understand it in other areas of society. Having a pet has really exposed me to a lot more, y'all, because I'm looking and I'm watching videos and I'm watching cute videos, but then I also watch irresponsible pet owners. And you will see the stark difference. So don't even look at humans. If you even want to get to the nitty gritty, start with pets first. Dogs in particular, because cats are just cats. They just be doing nothing. They just be out in the streets, out in the wild, but dog owners. Look at the dogs who attack people. And then you're going to look at their living environment. Look at when they say a pit bull or a dangerous dog and he started attacking, or usually it's some dog has like some type of distressing situation where they start like attacking people and causing bodily harm, mauling. And you're going to see the environment that they were living in. And that'll tell you all you need to know. Look at how they're trained. And you will know. An irresponsible dog owner right away. Oh, he needs to be put in jail. He needs to go somewhere. Passionate about the dog owners, but not about the parents. Red flag. They got more. Dog owners, irresponsible dog owners, they get more hate than parents with irresponsible, dangerous children like this. Imagine.
Always
Having funerals at the dang on concerts. He is like a Travis Scott, and they're both from Houston. What is going on in Houston? Is there like some dark force energy? I need to research that. What's going? That'll be for members only, y'all, because I can't be talking about that. I know that some people do talk. I don't remember if it was Lovely T or not. I'll say her name again. Shout out to Lovely T because I really love her stuff. But There's some type of, because I remember that's where Takeoff got unalived in Houston. Look at all these kids, yo, going to his concerts, hearing the song Romantic Homicide. Who's buying their tickets? Some of them look young enough to be in high school. Who's buying those concert tickets? It ain't them. Not in this economy. Where they getting it? From their McDonald's money? Who's letting their kids listen to Romantic Homicide? Please let me know. Raise show of hands. Who? And then we wonder why. This is why. Who's letting their pit bulls roam the street like they own the goddamn block? I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking about real dogs right now. Who's letting them pit bulls out where they can go out and attack people? And it's not just pit bulls. Any type of dangerous dog. Sorry, I'm just using pit bull as an example. I understand there's other different breeds. We're not going to be breedist here. Who's letting out them cane corsos? The German shepherds? Who's letting them out? The canines? Who's letting them roam out in the streets walking like they own it? Around little kids. Around the elderly. Who's enabling that? Who's buying these tickets? Who's letting these kids roam free everywhere? Who's letting them, they're giving their kids a card where they can just go to Sephora. I went to Sephora, y'all. Quick story. I went to Sephora. Like around Christmas time, just recently. And I was shocked at how many kids were there. And the funny thing is that I did see a few kids with their parents, but a few of them were not with their parents. And this is the interesting thing, is there was a young girl with her dad. And then there was another young girl, she was with her mom and her sister. I think her mom and then the older sister. And you could see the difference between the behavior versus the ones who were there by themselves. Interesting, right? And you can tell who parented their kids because they were like, hey, you're going to get to choose one, choose your best scent. And then they spent time like, hey, I like this one. Oh, mommy, I want this one. I want that. It made me wait because I had to wait for them to finish because I got this hair perfume. Y'all know I got dreads. So sometimes I don't, I want it to smell fresh and whatever. So I was getting this hair perfume and then I had to wait for the little girl to choose. But I let her wait. I went and did my own little thing. And I love it when kids have that, kind of like lesson. And her mom was like teaching her, hey, you're going to spray this, you're going to spray that. And then the one with the father, he made her pay. But then he was like, hey, she was like, well, what if I don't have enough money? He's like, don't worry about that right now. Let's just see how much it costs. You already did this. So they did the whole budget and little conversation while I was waiting in line for them to cash out or check out. But then the other ones just out there in the wild by themselves. Different. Who's buying these kids the concert tickets? That's what I need to know. And remember Astro World, it was, I remember when Astro World happened, the youngest victim was like 8 years old. What was he doing at a Travis Scott concert? Red flag. What are they doing watching adult shows and listening to adult music? How? This is a problem. Continuing.
See music face to face and see how much it connects. I think it's the most beautiful thing ever when they're involved in it as well.
And then look at all of them. Hold up, we're gonna count. I'm sorry if your face was in this. Look, it's in his documentary. I'm not trying to call y'all some delinquents, but hell, I'm just looking at the demographic. Look at the demographic. That's number one. They look just like the young girl who passed away. Second, I'm looking at the ages. Look how young they look, y'all. Look how young they look. Look at these kids. And then you got one holding her hand like this. Look at her with the glasses. Where's Waldo? Here she is with the glasses. Where's Waldo? And again, we wonder why the literacy rate is dropping astronomically. We wonder why kids no longer want to get into professions. They just want to be streamers. We wonder why there's no responsibility or discipline, why they don't listen to teachers, why they have no type of respect for authority. We wonder why they are running wild, why the crime rates are high amongst juveniles, so much so that they even had to think about implementing a curfew in certain cities. I think there are curfews in the US in certain cities. So much so, y'all. And then we wonder why. Look at this. This should be scary to all of y'all, especially if you're in the Houston area. What is Houston's crime rate? Let's find out. Because it's all connected, y'all. It's all connected. Let's find out. What's the crime rate in Houston, Texas? Hold up. So, San Antonio, Houston is the most dangerous city to live in Texas. And then San Antonio is the second. So let's see crime rate in the USA. Hold on, let's see. The top crime ridden cities in the US. Let's find out, y'all. Not interested, AI mode. Let's check. Does Houston come up? I'm curious, y'all. Let's find a reputable article. Fraser Institute is pretty good. Oh, Toronto, Vancouver. Okay, sorry, my bad. This is world? This is across Canada. Sorry, y'all. Let me see if I can find a really good one. Let's check. Okay, FBI. Let's see. Gangs. Da 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 da. Okay, I need to know, like, do you guys have, like, reports and statistics. Y'all should go look this up, by the way, y'all. If you guys are into true crime and all that stuff, look up the FBI profiles. And by the way, spoiler alert, a lot of serial killers live on the West Coast. That's where I live, y'all. They be living all up and down through that coast. This is warmer. It's warmer. Damn, they even have active pew or safety resources. That's crazy, y'all. Okay. No. Okay, USA Today. Here we go. Let's see if Houston's on this list. And even if it's not, it's very disturbing, y'all. U.S. safest and most dangerous cities ranked, part of a tricky quest. Okay, crime rates are often viewed as the best way to determine if a city is safe, but a recent push seeks to expand the definition of safety. What does that mean, ma'am? We need to figure out what people don't... Okay, so I get what it is, semantics, right? All right, I see the game that's being played here. All right, let's continue. So, top safest cities. We got Warwick, Rhode Island. Of course, they have a small population. Kansas, Overland Park, Kansas. Burlington, Vermont. That's right near Montreal. I remember Burlington. Juneau, Alaska. Here, if y'all want to go to Alaska, it's pretty safe, I guess. Safer than most. Yonkers, New York. Shout out to Yonkers. Who lives in Yonkers, by the way? Y'all let me know. Casper, Wyoming. South of Burlington, Vermont. Columbia, Maryland. Lewiston, Maine. And Salem, Oregon. Top 10 most dangerous cities. New Orleans. Wow, I'm not surprised. Memphis, Tennessee. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So we got 2 Louisiana cities, all in the number 1 and number 3. Detroit. Baltimore. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Oh, Lord, that's where I was raised. Red flag. You see, that's why I left Florida. It wasn't that bad when I was there, I'll be honest with y'all. But it's gotten worse. Fort Lauderdale made number 6. We used to call it Fort Lickadale. Fort Lauderdale made number 6. Interesting. Watch people blame it on the New York transplants. Watch. Or people from Miami keep going to Fort Lauderdale. Houston, number 7, right under Fort Lauderdale. Interesting, huh? Where's that concert at? Romantic homicide. That's your result right here. The stats don't lie. The patterns don't lie either. And mind you, I didn't even look this up. By the way, this is all non-scripted. I literally went to the Discord and checked what y'all was talking about because I haven't been on since, like, I think 2 days ago I hopped in, and then I haven't hopped on since 2 days ago. And then shout out to you, Queen Devonda, sis. You're the one who brought up this story. And I was like, oh, let me see the update. Didn't even look at this list. This is how you recognize patterns. Look at that. Look at all them kids here. Of course, they need an outlet because the fantasy has been implanted. It's imprinted. So they read about it, they hear about it, and I'm not saying everybody follows that framework, but I mean, you are what you eat and you are what you hear. If you're a person who is on a different elevated level or you're on a different wavelength, you can't listen to those things anymore. It's not going to be comfortable for you. Yeah, you could hear a song here and there, but I can guarantee you, my songs now are all instrumentals. And sometimes I listen to some R&B music and stuff like that, but honestly, I don't even really listen to stuff like music like I used to. I remember there's some songs I used to listen to and now I can't even listen to them because I'm on a different frequency. I'm on a different wavelength. That stuff it's not suitable for me. Not suitable for my brain, my ears. I want to think differently. You start to watch different things. You start to learn different things. You don't want that type of lifestyle. You start to educate yourself. So again, if you're listening to degenerate music and you're listening to music about these type of topics, then here you go. And then here you go. So there should be no surprise. People shouldn't be like, oh, I don't know what happened to our city. Just check the music that the kids are listening to, and then you'll find your answer. YNW Melly Ryan Murder on my mind. Imagine. He's from what, Jacksonville, Florida, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. San Bernardino, California, Philadelphia, and Cleveland. Let's do another country because I know sometimes I got subbies from all over the world. So let's do Europe. Crime rate in cities. I know it's crime rate in Europe by city. How about we do that? We'll go by continent, y'all, just to make it easier because I know some of y'all live in different places. Let's check. Again, I want to make sure it's a reputable website. I don't want no right-wing type of propaganda websites. AXA Travel. Okay, well, this is coming from an American, so I'm sorry, but no. Okay, European Commission. There we go. That's more reputable. Some things can be very biased, y'all, so I got to be very careful about the sources that I use. Oh, who just sent me a super chat? Allison7404. Welcome to the Inner Circle. Welcome, and thank you so much. Thank you for coming. And by the way, y'all, the Maisley case study, I am working on that. That'll be, I told you guys, Taylor Swift is tomorrow morning. That's for sure. I know I be yapping sometimes, but I really have it. Like, it's literally done. I just have to edit a few things, and it's going to be out. It was supposed to be out today. It's going to be out tomorrow. Maisley the last part is coming out this week, and then the next case study will be Diana in Korea for the members only. And for the main channel, I'm going to have you guys vote for J-Lo, Selena Gomez, or Hailey Bieber. I don't know which one I'll use. And then there were two other, Beyonce, and then there was another person. I forgot the fourth person that you guys recommended to me the most. All right, you guys will take a poll for that. But thank you. Welcome to the Inner Circle, and thank you for your support. So, continuing. Let's go to the crime rate in Europe, and then we'll do North America as a whole. And then I might do, because I have some people on the continent, so we'll do the countries with the highest crime rates. We'll go continent by continent, so that way we can know. All right, and then we'll get back to the David story. This is very interesting, and this is, again, you're going to look at the crime rate, and you're going to think about different things that have been affecting the city. So, like, for example, if you see there's a high youth unemployment rate, what are the kids listening to as a popular song? You'll know. Oh, you'll know. You'll know what concerts. Look at who's coming into the city to do concerts, because you guys know that people need permits for that. Just letting you know. So you can't just have a concert in the city. There has to be authorization from the city council, not city council, but there's permits that you need to hold a concert, because they have different safety regulations for venues and stuff like that, right? So and then also depending on you can't just hold a concert anyway. So most record labels, y'all know they want to make money. So especially if you're not if you're independent artist, but if you're under a record label, he was under Interscope and Dark something. I forgot his record labels. but they will never put you in a city where you're not going to have a large audience. So wherever someone's having a concert, so look at people with like really like horrible, like look at people with lyrics that are probably questionable like him, right? So talking about murders, killing, all that stuff, right? Unaliving, all that stuff, gang activity, whatever. And then look at which cities that they go to. And that'll tell you all you need to know. Just saying. And look at the audience. Just saying. All right. And then most of the, again, let's go back to that video. Most young men. Look at these young men here. These are all young men. And then we wonder why the DV rate is sky high. We wonder why there's so many violence against women, intimate partner violence. Most of them are probably with their girls going to a David concert. This is real, y'all. This is really, it's really disturbing and alarming. Hold on, let's see. Does it go by countries? I just want to check. Sorry, cities, not countries. Okay, Eurostat. What y'all got going on? Okay. Well, we're just gonna go through these stats, highlights. So this is from 2026, y'all. It was extracted April 2025. And the article update is going to be April 2026. They're going to update it. So we'll go back and watch it later. So you guys can check it later in April. Highlights: the number of intentional unalivings in the EU increased by 1.5% in 2023 compared with 2022. In the EU, 4.1 per 1 million women were victims of intentional unaliving. This is scary. Red flag. Nearly double the rate for men in 2023, of course. Because again, look at what they're listening to. Look at what they're hearing, the podcast, all of this misogyny, everything. The music. How did this young man have so much hate in his heart to talk about, I hate you, I want to unalive you, to his ex, whoever he was talking about? And I don't know if it was the young girl that was found in his vehicle. We don't know. But to have that much hate in your heart for a woman, a young girl who's about to be a woman, that is highly disturbing. Police recorded crimes against property in the EU increased in 2023. Thefts rose by 4.8%, robberies by 2.7%, and burglaries by 4.2% compared with the previous year. Red flag. It's going up, not down. Hold up. I saw another. Hold up. Am I watching the same thing? Okay. Continuing. Here, these are the ones here. Number of women unalived by family members is nearly double than for men. But you got to look at the demographics of the UK. Or sorry, of Europe. Sorry about that. And it's country by country. But look at the demographics, y'all. The number of female victims of intentional unaliving killed by family members or intimate partners, like I said, IPV, in 2023 was 4.1 per 1 million women, nearly double the rate for male victims, which we talked about. Women are more frequently victims of intentional unaliving by family members or intimate partners. Yep. And here we go. Again, look at that. All right, let's do one more, Latin America, and then we're gonna wrap this up. Or we'll do Canada too, because I'm curious. In my city, there was just this. I'm gonna talk about it in the live stream I'm planning on doing. There was a young woman. She was fairly young, but anyways, mother of two, unalived by her soon-to-be ex-husband. Yep, and she had a protection order against him. She was a professor at a college, not even far from here. Yeah, was with him for many years. 2 children, y'all, 2 little girls who don't have their mom right now. And she was so paranoid, had a restraining order of protection, volunteered at the women's shelter. I mean, she had all of her checks and balances, and still. And then we wonder. This is where it starts. It starts at a young age. And by the way, He just acted on his fantasy earlier. Some people take time. Remember the man I talked about last week? The one who waited 9 years to unalive his ex-wife. Didn't even have no kids, no nothing. She done moved on, had 2 kids with the dentist. Unalived her and her husband. Red flag. All because he was still jealous. Hate. This is where it starts. It starts when you're young. Crime rate in, give me another what was I said? Oh, Latin America. But Latin America is vast, y'all. I should put Caribbean too, but yeah. In Latin America, cities with the highest crime rates. And y'all know they have a femicide problem too. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to quickly go through it and then we'll get to his friend. No. Okay, United Nations. When was this published? I gotta check the dates, y'all, because some of these stats are outdated. 2023. I'm looking for something more recent. Okay, this was 2024. Okay, America's Quarterly. So let's check the cities, y'all. Let's go down. Duran, Ecuador. If you're in Latin America, Ecuador. They got Nelson Mandela Bay, South Africa. Oh, so it's, wait, what? Oh, they're looking at other cities. Okay. So they're looking at Ecuador, Brazil, Mexico, Ecuador, and Ecuador. So Ecuador's national unaliving rate surged from 5.7 per 100,000. That's crazy. In 2018 to 45.1. Red flag. What is going on in Ecuador? Went from 5.7 in 2018 to 45.1 in 2023. This is alarming. Oh, he's the president. That the young guy. Ain't that where Trump trying to get the... Isn't he sending them to Ecuador? Oh boy. All right, Latin America. I'm wrapping you right up right now. Okay, I think we gotta move on, y'all. We gotta move on. Hold on, let me check Canada. I know it's Vancouver and Toronto, obviously, because they have the highest population, but I need to see other cities, y'all. All right, let's get to it. I'm gonna check right now. Let's check it. Okay, now we can check the Fraser Institute. This was in 2025, y'all. Just when was this published? March 18 of 2025. All right, so let's go down. Let's check the cities. This is property crime. Okay, so if you got property, you better not go to London, Ontario, or Thunder Bay, Ontario. My goodness, they gonna take your stuff. Continuing. That's it? Just property? Hold up. Read the full study. Let me read it. How many pages is this? This is a lot. Okay, that's just okay, violent. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Okay, is there any way I can move this? Okay, let's just make it bigger. I don't know if there's a way I can move this over. Okay, anyways, y'all see it here. Canada and U.S. together. Oh, this is a whole list. Oh, damn. Okay, let's look at the top 10. My goodness, they wrote a whole thing of Canada and the U.S. Okay, Memphis is still number 1. If you live in Memphis, you better be careful. Memphis is number 1, even in this study, y'all. That's crazy. Memphis is wild. What is going on in Memphis? Anchorage, Alaska. Macon, Bibb County, Georgia. Macon, Georgia. Oh, I got peoples over there. Okay. Oops, I skipped Albuquerque, New Mexico is number 3. Macon is number 4. Pueblo, Colorado. I thought this was supposed to be about Canada. Albany, Georgia. Alexandra, LA. Louisiana. Little Rock. Florence. Lubbock, Texas. Where are these places? Oh, shoot. Winnipeg is up here, too. Oh, Lord. And we got way less population, so Winnipeg must be going up. Okay, I get it. He highlighted, or they highlighted. It looks like I saw the mail or whatever. So, like, yeah, they highlighted the cities. Hold up. Thunder Bay is 42. Sorry, I'm just going through Canada right now. Regina, Saskatchewan, red flag. What y'all doing in the prairies? What is going on over here? Saskatoon, so you got 2 Saskatchewan cities before Ontario? I mean, before Toronto is what I meant to say. Lethbridge, Alberta. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? Edmonton? What y'all doing in Edmonton? It's too cold over there. What is going on here? I'm just going to read 2 more. Greater Sudbury, Kitchener, Waterloo, Kelowna. Interesting. Moncton, Calgary, Abbotsford, Brantford, London, Halifax, Vancouver's all the way at the 214th red flag. Vancouver is the 2nd largest city in Canada, I believe. I think Toronto's number 1. Yep, Vancouver's number 2 then. And they're number 216. This should be alarming to all the people who live in all of those other places. Red flag. What is going on? Now let's continue, y'all. I'm sorry I got sidetracked.
Like, you know, the lyrics they're singing back to you, it's like they're performing to you at the same time. So
yeah, they're singing the lyrics back to you. Your homicidal maniac mindset. Okay, we're not listening to the song. And look at the rose on the ground. Is this a foreshadowing or what? They did the same thing with Selena. I remember they threw the rose on the ground at the stadium in Texas, her last show. All right, we're done with him. Oh, what his daddy got to say? We're going to wrap them right up. What
I make music for the people to take through. I'm very proud in the fact that David's music helps people look beyond what they're going through.
Oh, it helps people think about what? Oh, let's read it one more time because these parents seem to be oblivious. Helps people do what? Helps people do what? Didn't he have another song he talked about? What did he say? Worthless. Okay, we're going to read Worthless. In the back of my mind, I unalived you and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you. This is helping people. Red flag. Helping who? Helping unalivers unalive more? Helping young girls that get into relationships have to hide because their boyfriend cannot take no, that they don't want to be with them anymore. And so the boyfriend is now harassing the folks in their family, so much so that even in Texas, I don't remember if it was Houston, just recently, a few months ago, not even a month or 2 ago, young girl broke up with her boyfriend. You want to know what he did? Instead of taking it like a G and taking it like normal people or normal healthy people who are emotionally regulated, you know, parents teach them how to be emotionally regulated, or people in their lives anyways, they have the environment for that. He decided to unalive her mother, her brother, and her sister. Red flag. Unalived all of them because he couldn't find her. So if he can't have her, then she's going to lose the people closest to her, young boy. 15-year-old girl, the boy was the same age as her, I think 15 or 16 years old. I'm going to find that article. We're going to talk about it at that live stream. 15. And then here we go, talking about this. Okay, Worthless. What his daddy said is helping people. Is helping you feel better. Hold on, Worthless. What's that song? Let's see. This was released a year later, y'all. 2022 released that Romantic Homicide. 2023 released Worthless. And by 2024 was being investigated for unaliving. Wow. Interesting how patterns work, mom and dad. I just left a party with a girl that said she doesn't want me. I feel out of body the way the world keeps wishing death upon me. Take it away, feel it now, red all in the face, don't calm me down. This is extremely crazy that he's writing these lyrics for somebody who never got out of his house. Who made you feel worthless? Oh, the parasocial girlfriend you had online? And then once he got money, he was able to do what he really wanted to do. Because every time the sun comes up, I start feeling worthless. What are you, a vampire? It's easier said than done. I found my purpose. I should have ran away by now, but I can't escape this town. Yeah, he wanted to leave his household. Oh, okay. It's taking a minute for me to adjust. Wait, it's taking a minute for me to give up. Or at least he has a chorus in this one. It's been easier to forget and shut up. Whoa, all that's left in my pockets, a couple of bucks. Hey. All I had is gone. All I had is gone. So what am I waiting on? What am I waiting on? Somebody put me to sleep. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. So he wants to get out of this world. He's talking about, ideations of unaliving himself. Interesting. Because every time the sun comes up, I start feeling worthless. It's easier said than done to try to find my purpose. I should have ran away by now, but I can't escape this town. That's the dark songs he's singing, and y'all talking about it's inspiring people to do what?
Anyone.
2 years later.
Love ya.
I get supporting your child and trying your best to make sure, they have an outlet, like I said. The problem I have, though, is this is disturbing. He should have been on a therapy. He should have been somewhere getting the help he needs.
I'm scared.
Okay, bye. Good night. Now let's get to his homeboy. Let's get to it. How long I've been on? 2 hours. Let's get to his homeboy, and then I'm gonna read some comments, y'all, and then we're gonna move on to the next story. Sorry, some of these are up from last week. I didn't get to remove them. Okay. Oh boy. So let's watch this news story here about the friend.
Reported a friend of singer David has been arrested after allegedly failing to appear as a witness in a Los Angeles courtroom. According to TMZ, well-known streamer Neo Langston was taken into custody in Montana with the help of local authorities who were assisting the LAPD. He's reportedly being held without bond and is being transferred to Los Angeles. This comes as an LA County grand jury reportedly moves toward indicting David in the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The teenager's body was found in the trunk of the singer's Tesla last year. No charges have been filed as of yet.
Okay. So this is the update, y'all. His friend didn't show up and they arrested him because he wasn't complying. He's supposed to show up. Yes, they can do that. Do you guys not know that? You're so worried about the parasocial where this is the thing. They're so focused on the parasocial world that they forgot that there's a real world with consequences. It's not like your parasocial virtual reality world where there's no consequence. You shut your laptop off and your phone. You don't show up for what you're supposed, I think a hearing or test or whatever he was supposed to show up for. They're going to arrest you. They'll put a warrant out for your arrest. But you're stupid. Unfortunately, your parents didn't teach you any damn better either. These are the people he surrounded himself with. And look at his pictures, y'all. This is a Christian boy. Again, I'm not trying to make it seem as if you're supposed to be a certain way when you're Christian. By no means am I trying to say that. But what I'm doing is I'm highlighting the darkness that is within him and that his parents have failed to look at, and they're still enabling till today. Because keep your heart pure. Oh yeah, not my child, the child of God, the darkness. And then you worry about all the non-Christian kids corrupting your kids, and then look at your kid corrupting everybody else. This is what's going on, the pattern.
Failing to appear as a witness in a Los
Look at this. And then look at this.
Angeles courtroom, according to TMZ, well-known streamer Neo Langston.
Look at this. Look at him.
Was taken into custody in Montana.
Y'all. Look.
With the help of local authorities who were assisting.
Like I said, again, I have a reason why I'm saying that. Continuing. Who is we looking at again? Goodness gracious. The friend. I know that you sent me, sis, the Keisha's thing. Keisha, I think her name is Keisha. Right here. All right, we're going to listen to a little bit of what. Oh, no, she got 12 minutes. Okay, that's fast enough. All right, let's listen to It's Keisha Uncut. Shout out to Keisha. I've watched a few of her videos. I love her content. We're going to watch it real quick. I'll get to comments, and then we're moving on to the next story. This was dark enough for me. This is scary, y'all. Scary. Y'all should be scared. No, I don't want to say you should be scared. You need to be aware. You need to be aware. Do not be scared, but be aware.
Okay, guys, so we're going to go ahead and talk about the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. I know it's been a while since we reported on it, but I do have an update, so here we are. A friend of David's has been arrested this week in Montana after authorities said he failed to appear as a witness in a Los Angeles homicide investigation involving the death of a teenage girl. The fact that we're talking about this in January and it feels like things are moving very slow is flipping annoying. I can't imagine how the friends and family feel. It's just like, I'm not saying there is no movements being made behind the scenes, because I'm sure there is. They have to do their part and do their job of reporting and giving justice to this teenager. But it's like, knowing that David is just walking around scotch-free, breathing fresh air, pisses me off.
I know it pisses you off, sis. It pisses me off too. But I gotta add some context to it as somebody who has studied, those kind of type of situations. I haven't studied in deep detail, but I do like to watch. I'm very fascinated by those things sometimes, because you can see the psychology of people. That's really what I look at when I watch those criminal profile shows. But anyways, when you're thinking about it, you think that is going to be, unfortunately, we have been conditioned by TV shows like CSI and like, what's the other one? Law and Order. There are so many shows out there that show like the quick trial, right? Even if you watch the show The Good Wife, that was my show, y'all. I used to love that show. I love watching legal shows. But a lot of the time, crimes take time. Because if you're going to take it to trial, remember, you're paying with tax. Your tax dollars go to that. Just letting y'all know. I mean, we all know that. Of course, if you're paying bills, you know that. So they want to make sure that they have all their ducks in a row, because, again, any type of paperwork, you got to check. If you have, like, misfiled paperwork, that can lead to appeals. And then, again, more tax dollars being wasted. So that's number one. Number two, there's too many cases. There are too many crimes, not enough cops. Y'all seen the crime rates? How can you expect the police department? We got to start thinking about other ways to enforce different types of situations, because it's not working anymore. They're overwhelmed. You don't have enough people doing it. Number one, why would you risk your body? A lot of people don't want to do that job anymore. It's high stress. It's not worth it anymore. The pension's not worth it anymore. There are less police officers. Matter of fact, I saw the other day that there are less correctional officers in prison. This should scare a lot of people. Now, this should be scary. This one, I can't say you can't be scared. This one, you should be, again, aware. Don't be scared. Be aware. But when I say scared, I mean be alarmed. Like, be on guard is what I mean to say. Because, no, I shouldn't say scary. That's not a good emotion. Be on guard. They don't have enough correctional officers. Who's going to watch them people? The crime rates are high. So, yes, he's a high-profile unaliver, but guess what? There are other cases that have to get solved. We can't put his on priority when sis or little bro or somebody, their case is still pending from 3 years ago. So it's all about prioritizing. And LAPD, they are overworked. And unfortunately, they are also probably known to be one of the most corrupt police organizations in the country, along with NYPD. There's so many stories about them. Weren't they the ones investigating? Hell, they didn't even find who killed Tupac yet. They didn't even find that. I know Keefe D's in jail. He didn't get his trial yet. So it's like D4Vd or David. They're just, again, they have other cases out there. It's a wild world, especially in the U.S. And I understand it sounds like you're from the U.K., so maybe crimes get handled quicker over there. But you're talking about a country with 300 million plus people. Plus, it's probably more than that now. Crime rate high. Y'all done seen? So yeah, it's gonna take time. And yeah, some cases they go faster than others, but unfortunately it takes time. So continuing.
I'm going to be so real with you. Like, the fact that there has been no arrest for David, but I understand why. They want to make sure they're doing their job. They want to make sure they've collected every evidence and they make the arrest when they have everything. I completely understand that.
And there's more people waiting in the pipeline. It's over, what is it? The backlog. That's the part right there, sis. The backlog. Who gonna be filing all that paperwork? That's what you guys got to think about. Okay, next time you think about these type of situations, don't think about the officers. The officers are just one element of this wheel. Like, they're one wheel. You have to also think about the judicial system. You also have to think about the court clerks. You also have to think about the administration, the administrative people, the clerical people. Not just the court, at the police station too. They have clerks as well. How many clerks they usually have? If you've ever been to a police station, you just see one person sitting there. And then some police officers, they have to write their own reports. They could barely read or write. Some of them don't even have degrees. Some of them don't have some of them are with basic education. So, it's taking them a long time. I saw a suspect. I'm being honest. I got to be honest. Yes, of course, there are detectives who are very sharp. But most of the time, they have to sit there and write their own paperwork, y'all. That's why they be doing the shorthand and stuff. They have to do it themselves. Then it has to go through a whole process. There's process on process on process. So it's not just the cops, and it's not just it just is what it is. It's sad that I'm even saying this right now. It's so sad that I have to say this, but there's a backlog. There are too many crimes, not enough people to handle them. They're overburdened is what I'm trying to say. And so when you have, the regular cop, I'm not talking about the corrupt ones. Let's take the corrupt ones out of there. There are some officers out there, I'm sure they want to help their cities and they want to make the city a better place. But they also have to be in many places at once. There's no admin there. They're skeleton staff. Sometimes they have to work overnight. People don't want to do that no more. They're not getting paid that much. Why would I do all that? Please.
I think we're all on the same page when it comes to that, but it is still really annoying. It's still so annoying because it's been so many months now. I think we found out about this back in September or early October, I think it was. We are now about to enter February. Well,
girl, that's
not just
too
yet,
fast. You talking about America, girl? That's too fast. Even them first 48 hours, it be taking time. You know what, Keisha, sis? I'm gonna need you to watch some American shows like the first 48 or something. That's too fast. She's thinking with the UK mindset. In North America, even in Canada, it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't. It takes time, y'all. We're slow as hell. I don't think y'all girlies realize in the US and Canada how slow we are. We're very slow. Very, very, very slow. Extremely slow. Like, you're not going to get nothing solved in 3-4. She talking about he got arrested in September. You want him to have a court case already? Where does this happen? I don't know. Maybe in some states it does, but not where I'm at. That don't happen that fast. You know what happens faster? Is people getting arrested and getting out. If we're going to have the conversation, it's a revolving door. Yeah, people get bailed out quicker. They do. I got to be honest. There's not enough space in the jails. That's why they're getting bailed out. That's why people's sentences are getting reduced. This is why you can have somebody like high as a kite, breaking and entering somewhere. They get arrested tonight. Let's say somebody gets arrested tonight. He's going to be fresh out of jail tomorrow morning. Red flag. Because they don't have the capacity. They don't have it. So this is why his case is taking a minute. They're trying. I know they're trying to, and then now they're in the witness case, in the discovery case. They got to do the whole process because they really trying to throw the book at him because it's a high profile case. That case will take more priority than other cases, but hell, take with it what you will.
We are on our way to February. So months and months of the families just being tortured and having to wonder, toss and turn. I know that we've said some things when it comes to their families, like, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they protect this child enough? And two things can be true here. I think the family could have stepped up a little bit more, could have done a bit more investigating. Kids will also be kids. A kid could easily lie to their parent, like, I'm going to go see a friend, but it's really an older person who's also an R&B singer. Two things can be true here. And it's not about blaming Celeste. I'm never going to do that. But I'm just saying that kids will be kids.
Yeah, kids will be kids. But I don't know, sis, you and I, we have different philosophies. Kids will be kids, but parents got to be parents too. At the end of the day, I know we don't want to blame people. And I get it. We're trying to be we're trying to have empathy, but I could have empathy and still say that you effed up as a parent. You effed up as a wife. I said it to myself sometimes too. I effed up as a wife here. I could work in these areas. That's how you take accountability. Yes, kids will be kids, but it's not kids being kids. This girl was left to her own vices. I'm not blaming her. She was a minor. I'm blaming the parents because they were supposed to protect her. That's like me leaving my Mimi right here, and I just let her go loose. Go outside, go play with the other dogs. Come back. You know how to sniff your way home. And then let's say one day that she doesn't come back. And then, there's a risk with that. You let your dog, I'm talking about puppies here. You let your dog roam, or your cat. I know cats like to roam the streets. There's a risk they might not come back. That's the risk you take. But guess what? If you really protect your pet and you keep them in the house or you take them out and they're always on the leash, you always have eyes on them. You never let them go without if you're worried about their safety, you're always there watching, seeing where they go. You take them to daycare, you make sure the environment's safe. And of course, sometimes things do happen, accidents happen. But the thing is, again, in risk management, you want to decrease it as much as possible. It looks like they didn't even keep an eye on her. And I get it. They were trying to survive. Sometimes that does happen. You have to choose survival or taking care of your kids. And this is why I said there needs to be some type of situation of who can have kids. And I honestly think, like, if I said my real thoughts, y'all would cancel me, because sometimes we have to really think about it. I think that if you're below a poverty threshold, you need to really reconsider how many kids you can have. It doesn't make sense for you to be raising children if you have to work all the time and that you're unable to really care for them. How are you having so many children? There should be a cap. How can you be poor and have kids? Hello, nobody wants to have these conversations. How? And I'm speaking for somebody who grew up in a household where I'm not rich. And I thought to myself, and I'm like, how the hell did you have all these kids? Yes, you can take care of the kids, but you have to work a lot, which means that who's watching the kids? Older sister, older brother? Case closed. Kids watching kids. That's literally what happens in a lot of immigrant households. That's what I'm saying. Most of the time, my sister watched us. My parents were working. Yes, they tried to be home as much as they could, but they weren't always home because they had to work and provide. So who's going to be watching us? Babysitter? You can't even afford it. How you going to have a babysitter for all them kids? Who's going to watch the kids? Exactly. So you got to start being a little bit more critical, because I think that we've gotten to a point in society where we need to really start asking the tough questions, and maybe then there'll be accountability, and maybe then there'll be results. But if we start shielding people from responsibility, oh, it's not your fault, you did all that you could, it's okay, then this is going to keep happening. Where he at? Oh, damn, I took the video down. Where all them kids that was at that concert? That's what's going to keep happening. They just do whatever they want.
And I think that a lot of people have questioned the family's motives and intentions. And I think that you're allowed to do whatever it is you guys want to do. Feel however it is you want to feel. But I do think, for me personally, it's more about, okay, what do we do now? Okay. The arrest pushes a long and unsettling case back into focus, one that has moved slowly, quietly, and under strict court secrecy, while investigators work to untangle who knew what and when. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, Neo Langston, age 23, was taken into custody on Thursday, January 22nd, at a residence in Helena. Langston is a social media streamer who has appeared publicly with the singer.
This is, again, when you're looking at this picture, and I'm not saying it because of whatever reason. I want to make it very clear. But what is their situation? That's what I need to know. Number one. And number two, he's a streamer. He has money. So, like I said, he's living in Montana with he's 23? He's grown. But at the same time, it's like, what's going on here? What are these streamers doing? That's number one. Number two, like I said, he's not the that's what I wanted to say while I was watching the documentary. But I was like, you know what? Let me hold my judgment back. I need to see more. He seems like he's living two different lives. And that's what happens with a lot of kids who grow up in a religious household, a very, very strict household, and also a like extremely sheltered household. So this is so crazy because Celeste's household was more like they were too lax, whereas David's household was too strict. And so when you don't have a balance, this is what happens. So now he is just roaming free. He's living the life he's always wanted to live. But he has uncontrollable tendencies. And not only that, but look at the image of him versus when he was in the church. This was 2 years ago. Completely different kid. Remember, I'm helping the youth group. I'm doing all this. That's what his parents wanted. But again, when you are too protective, this is what happens. Now he's living the life he's always wanted to live. And there's nothing wrong with that. My problem, though, is those lyrics. And then now look at this. He does not look like the same kid that was all up in the church.
The arrest was based on an out-of-state warrant issued by the LA Police Department. Court records show Langston was wanted.
And another thing I want to mention, it's quite possible, especially because he grew up in the church. I gotta be honest. I have to be very honest because church and sexuality is very repressed. And I'm not making any assumptions, but what I'm trying to say is that I'm not surprised that he had this kind of awakening. Because again, I'm not saying your kids got to go buck wild and have sex with everybody or be with whoever they like, just go anywhere. And if they want to do it, they're an adult, they're fully able to do it. But when you shelter your kids too much, though, they don't have those type of experiences. You heard him. He said he was lonely. He felt worthless. Wrote them lyrics. And so now that he has the money, the resources, that's what he's going to do. Live his life the way he wanted. He's always wanted to have those fantasies because he didn't get to live out that life in reality. But unfortunately, in his case, he's already seems like he had some very deep emotional. The fact that you're talking about killing somebody in a song already lets me know something's wrong emotionally. And these are the people he's hanging out with, y'all streamers and all these other folks. And it's quite possible that he wanted to do certain things and live his life in a certain way. And unfortunately, he felt repressed.
For failing to appear as a witness before a grand jury. Why did you do that? Do you know what I mean? Like, all these things, just annoy me so much because it's like, it sounds so suspicious. It sounds like you either did it or you know who did it. It sounds like you're guilty. Allegedly, of course. He was booked into the Lewis and Clark County Detention Center and held without bond before being transferred into LAPD custody. Helena police confirmed they assisted detectives from the LAPD robbery homicide division, but said little else.
Hold on, wait. Why isn't it syncing it properly? It's not, y'all know that annoys me. Hold up, I think I was pressing on too many things. And I'm about to take a bio break soon, so I'm gonna let her keep talking, and then I'm gonna come right back because I gotta take a bio break. Okay, here we go. This is, I don't know, I feel very sad about this case because it was like 2 lives are gone, y'all. He about to go to jail. And it's like, it's so unfortunate when I see especially young kids, and he's an adult, I understand that, but he was a kid at the time where his deal came out. He was at least underage, I think. Hold on, 3 years ago. Yeah, he would have been 19. He was 17. So to me, it's just lack of guidance, man. Like, the only thing I could think in my mind is lack of guidance and just obliviousness from the parents. It's really sad.
The arrest is tied to the ongoing investigation into the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She was 13 years old when she was last seen in Lake Elsinore in April of 2024. I'm sorry.
Wait. 13. Oh yeah, because she was okay, just make it.
But the more I have to report on the story, obviously I'm doing it because I care for the case and because I know you guys want to hear my updates on it as well. But it's hard. I'm not gonna make it about me, but like
she's not lying, y'all. I just did the update right now and I feel drained. I've only been doing this like just talking about it for 2 hours has me drained. I'm gonna have to do some meditation or something right after, get my mind off of that, because it's just really sad.
I do sometimes wonder how, you know, people who do like crime videos, like who report on, so this happened and this happened. I'm like, how do they do it? Like, I just don't think, like, I don't know, because when we were in the thick of it, when it was first like reported and I was constantly giving you guys the videos.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go on a bio break. I'll be right back, okay? Be right back. And then I gotta feed my baby. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, she gone. She out. She's out, but she's probably gonna follow me right now. Oh, she's out. I should show you guys a picture. She gone. All right. I'm gonna go on a bio break. Let me be quiet because I don't want to wake her up.
It was heavy for me, you know? Like, it just disturbed me. It's like the P. Diddy lawsuit. I didn't touch upon it because I tried to film it, and then I felt really, like, disgusting. Like, I felt disgusted by his actions, and some things are just too much for me to take. But I do want justice to be served for Celeste. Is what she deserves. It's the right thing to do. Till this day, it's still F. David and whoever else is involved. There's something very strange about his energy. There is. And it feels like all ties lead to David. I can't imagine anybody else who'd want her dead. But hey, let's see. Months later, on September the 8th, her decomposed remains were found inside the front trunk of a Tesla that had been impounded at a Los Angeles tow yard. The discovery sent shockwaves through the case and raised new questions about how the girl's body went unnoticed for weeks. We spoke about all this, didn't we? Authorities said the Tesla was registered to David, whose legal name is David Anthony Burke. David, now 20, has been identified by law enforcement sources as a suspect, but has not been charged. I know this, and I understand the reasons for why, kind of, but my God, this man has... Well, I'm sure he probably thinks that he's going to get away with it. Either way, they need to bring him in for questioning. He's either done it or he knows someone who did do it. It's disgusting, you know? The way that she died as well. Sorry, the way that she was murdered. Let's use the right words here. The way that she was murdered is disgusting. Like, honestly disgusting. Body found in the front of a Tesla, like, just all chopped up. Like, whoever's done it, or the people who've done it, and I truthfully do believe it's more than one party involved now, yeah? But the people who've done it, like, they really were on a mission. They believe they had a plan, but I really do, I'm praying to God that the LAPD can, I don't know, I know I keep saying bring justice to this, but that's all I can say, that's all we can hope for, right? Investigators have said the case remains active and that more than one person may have been involved in decomposing of the body. I truthfully think that. There are crazy, creepy people out there. Absolutely. There's so many criminals out there. But I just believe a task like this, I just can't imagine it as a one-man job. I think you've got to get someone else involved to do this, to do that. Like, I don't think one person can do it on their own. And if they can, then that's even more insane. It's all insane to me. But, like, I don't know. I feel like it's something that you would need help for. The cause and manner of death remain pending. This is what Los Angeles County Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Ode Okpo said previously. The law precludes us from doing so while the court order remains in this case. A grand jury has been convened and several witnesses have already testified. Prosecutors have not said whether Langston was the witness previously described in court as uncooperative. Court filings do not explain what information investigators expect him to provide. Langston, who...
All right, y'all, I gotta stop it now. Whew, I had to take a bio break. Okay, Mimi's back, y'all. Y'all want to see her? Hold on. Here, let's take a palate cleanse, y'all, because there's a lot of information. Here you go. Here you go. She wants me to rub on her. I knew she was going to wake up. Dang. Okay, here we go. Here's Mimi. Say hi, Mimi. Hi, hi. Hi. My mommy protects me and takes care of me. Let me stop. Okay, so let's get to it. I don't know what was going on and what sis talked about, but I hope y'all got the update. Let's keep going.
Previously streamed under the name Neo the Asian, often appeared alongside David, aka David, in photos on social media. David rose quickly through the viral hits on TikTok. I don't give a flying monkey. What I do know for sure is that something doesn't smell right.
Probably the accomplice, allegedly, but hell, I mean, the fact that he's evading talking to the police lets me know all that tells me all that I need to know. So yeah, there you go.
You know what else? And this is just my theory, and if I'm wrong, girl, I'll let you know I'm wrong. Let me pull up a picture real quickly.
What you about to say? They in a relationship? What you gonna say?
Listen, whoever you choose to love is whoever you choose to love.
I knew it. That it smelled like that to me too. Look, I gotta be honest. This is what it looked like to me. To me, in my eyes, it looked like they were lovers. And the shirt he had that said, when they were like close, like look at this. Okay, I gotta be honest, y'all. Listen, I gotta be careful with these sexuality topics because I gotta make it very clear. I'm very accepting of everyone. I don't care what your sexual orientation is. That's never been my thing ever in my life. I don't care. But I do care when it is used as a way, like when it's hidden, and when, again, we have institutions in place, like I said, where we have to start talking about these things. And whenever I've noticed, especially with men, and this is how the whole like situation with DL and all of that comes into play. I don't have a problem with people who are openly sexual. My problem is with people who are closed, to be quite honest with you. I have a problem with that. And the reason why is because of situations like this. And especially in the church. And I want to talk about it one day. I gotta do that members only live stream because it'd be too sensitive for some folks. And I gotta be honest, like, you know, there's a big problem with that. Where's the shirt? Was it in this one? Where they had where she had the t-shirt? When they was lying on the floor together? That told me all that I needed to know. It looked like they were in a relationship. That's what I could see. But I know, like, you know, there are some people who are really close friends, but like I said, like, I gotta be honest, like this, like his hatred for women. You see, this is where it stems from. Like, okay, I gotta save that for another time. But there is definitely a correlation with the hatred for women and repressed sexuality. Y'all already know. It goes hand in hand. The I hate you, I want to kill you because you can't live out your life the way you wanted to. Is that the problem?
Let's see.
Again, allegedly. I don't know, but this is a pattern. And I'm picking up on it.
Months later, on September the 8th,
she went over that already. Hold on.
People
Let's go to what
one-man
she was
job.
saying.
It was a manner of death from explain what information investigators. I'll let you know I'm wrong. Let me pull up a picture real quickly. I saw a photo, and listen, whoever you choose to love is whoever you choose to love. I do not care.
Don't care. I promise you, I'm the last person who's gonna care. I'm like, do what you gotta do. I'm not. If any of my friends or family, if y'all out there and y'all want to come out, I'm the perfect person to come out to. I promise you, I really don't care. That's your business. You're an adult. You know your life. You know what you want. That's your business with you and your maker. That has nothing to do with me. But at the same time, I have to be concerned when it starts to affect others because of hidden feelings, covering it up. That's the problem. It's when you hide it.
Hold on, let me find it.
That's why I'm always happy when somebody comes out the cloud like, one less person getting one less person, because we all know now it's an open. Everybody knows now. One less person that needs to hide, so then we can know what you want. We know now. The hidden ones, those are the scary ones.
I have a new theory. And my theories change very consistently. I know that, right? I'm a human being, please.
I thought so too, sis.
But Also, why is Neo smiling in this photo? Do you not have any shame? You know what you've been calling him for.
He doesn't care.
This photo screams you have no remorse, period. Even if you didn't do it, the fact that you're smiling, girl. That is another level of wickedness, if you ask me. But anyways, listen, there are different dynamics that exist, and these are just a theory. Just a theory, just throw this out there. Who knows?
Keisha's like trying to, I know, because it's sensitive to a lot of people. I don't know. Like, this is the thing. Let's be honest, man. We got to be honest about these type of things, yo.
I don't know if we're ever going to get any type of truth to it. I don't know. But hey, Neo and David, very close. Yin to the yang. Where you see David, a lot of times Neo would be there too. He's a streamer. David would appear on Twitch streams. He would work very closely with YouTubers as well. Okay.
We might need to talk about, okay, sorry to keep cutting her off, but it's like these thoughts are coming in my mind. We're going to talk about streamers, y'all. There's like I said, there are a lot of streamers who are not living the life that they want to. And it's, you know, kind of like celebrities. You know what? There needs to be a deep dive about like the comparisons, because I remember back in the day, celebrities, it was the same thing. Because remember, y'all talked about it a few streams ago when I did Kimura and, not Kimura. Oh my God, it was Eddie Murphy. We were talking about, oh yeah, Martin. That was last week. Damn. It be feeling like a lot of time went by. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, Martin. When we're talking about Martin, Eddie Murphy, and the type of women they like, and then somebody brought up the fact that Eddie Murphy, he actually likes trans women. And then we went over that, and I found it very interesting because it's like you live your life in the public, and you have this image again. Diddy's the same thing. Come to find out, he had sex with men and women, and again, that's his business. But my problem is the deviancy behind it. It's like, because you can't live your life the way you want to, then you're punishing the women that are your beards. This is an issue, y'all. And there's a lot of men. Again, I'm not accusing this man, David. I don't know his sexuality, but I'm just saying the pattern that I'm picking up here. And it's given Diddy kind of similar situation, where instead of living your life and being open, because everybody in the background knows your secrets, just be open about. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. We're in 2025, 26 now. I mean, it's more accepted than it was in the 60s, in the 50s, and wherever time frame. But it's like, there's definitely, especially like, I mean, if we're talking about men of color, I know that there's a stigma behind it. And it's definitely easier for white men to come out than for other races of men to come out. And I understand that. But at the same time, it's like we have to have these conversations because they exist, whether you like it or not. And you have to realize that. And I know there's probably going to be some people in my comments, religious, saying God doesn't accept it. God doesn't accept it. That's, again, you are basing it off of, we're not going to get into that. But my point is that whatever you feel, how you feel, I understand that. But then just remember that God is also their God as well, if you really believe in the Bible. So then at the end of the day, he knows. It's not like he doesn't know. It's not like he doesn't know. He knows. And so how they want to live their life after they come out is their choice. They could choose to be celibate. They could choose to do whatever. But at the end of the day, no one should have to hide who they really are and how they really feel to appease society, and in the background you literally demonize and harass and use the person that they have to use as a shield as their punching bag. And the people that are around them have to deal with that because they don't want to be true to who they are. That's a problem. So we need to start having these conversations again, because I'm getting to the point, it's getting to the point where something's got to give.
It's so funny because this is really scary, and I know Cat's Eye, they didn't know, but there was a video of Cat's Eye like doing a mukbang, and David was there, and they didn't know what everybody. What the point is that David was friends with a lot of people. He had connections with people, and people were fans of his music, right? There's a photo of David and Neo, and there's also, and listen, I don't know what these people identify as. Low-key hacky, don't care, but I just thought I'd just throw this one in there because why not? David is like laying down on what looks like the floor, I think it is. And Neo is there too. And David is wearing a top that says, "Sounds gay, I'm in."
He's trying to come out. And this is, and I know, I'm sorry, I keep stopping. I know. I'm going to get to the other stories, but it's just really important. It's such an important subject because it is affecting so many people out there. You have no idea. I have no idea. And it's so crazy because he put on a shirt. He wants to come out. But again, his background, I'm sure his parents feel otherwise, especially if they grew up in a religious household. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's all conditioning. So now he wants to come out. The first thing he did, imagine you were given the opportunity that many artists never see this type of opportunity where their song blows up and goes viral. And it was during COVID, y'all. 2022 was during the pandemic. So he just got lucky, to be quite honest with you. And if you believe in God, this is why I'm bringing up religion so much, because I know, again, there's going to be some people, you're a Christian, you should be, I believe what I want to believe. Okay, how about that? What I'm trying to say, though, is that if he grew up in a Christian household, he believes in the same God that I believe in, then that God would know that his song would go viral. Do you think God doesn't know that? You think God doesn't know that? He knows him. He created him. And so now we have this young kid who was in the church, involved in the church, doing all the right things, checking off the right boxes, discipline, doing taekwondo, whatever he was doing, karate, martial arts. I'm so sorry. I don't remember which one. Hi, honey. Welcome back. Yeah. So he's doing all of that, trying to keep up an image of what his parents expected, expectations, people pleasing. And so the first thing he did, with the opportunity that he had to make, he made millions, got into the studio, made whatever, thousands, millions, whatever he made, is what he's doing now. This was always in him. This is why he was writing all them dark lyrics. This is who he is and who he wanted to be. But unfortunately, he done took it too far. Red flag.
And David's wearing a top that says, "Sounds gay, I'm in." Now, I know, listen, if he's straight, then he's straight. If he's gay, he's gay. If he's bisexual, whatever. If he's LGBTQ plus IA, it is what it is, right? But I just know that top just like jumped out, and I just thought, oh, okay. In the sense that, okay. You got Neo there. I wouldn't be surprised if they were more than just buddies. And, you know, if that's what they're doing, that's what they're doing. But, you know, I would not be surprised if these were the two involved in the Celeste case.
No, I agree with you. And that's where my mind was going too. And sometimes it's not sexual, y'all. Sometimes there's just an emotional connection between opposite sexes. I mean, between people of the same sex. Again, he doesn't know how to regulate his emotions. He probably doesn't even know what those different emotions are, or didn't know. I don't know about now, but definitely when he was writing the romantic homicide one, he didn't. And so now it's like he's probably developing all these different emotions. And again, I don't know his mental health profile. I don't know any of that stuff, but all I know is that
that's just a new angle I'm kind of like looking at. I don't know. But, you know, they would be very close in streams. Like, they were together. I know you can do that with your best friend, you know, but if you travel somewhere, you're on tour, you want to bring your best friend there too. I completely understand that. It's just, again, me trying to throw something out there. You know, even in this photo, their hands are touching. It's like, girl, listen, I could be wrong here. Please. It's just a theory. It is an opinion. And that's how I feel as of today. You can
Okay, I'm gonna tell you my theory and my opinion, cause sis, her video's about. Actually, let me let it in, and I'll tell you my theory and my opinion.
ask me on
And then we
Thursday,
wrapping
it might be
right up
different.
to the case.
Guys, I think this is so sad. It's so sad. It's like, when is this going to conclude? When does this torture for the family and friends end? It feels like it's a never-ending cycle. And why is it so quiet? I feel like the police would literally arrest people for less. And I know I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong in saying that, and I understand why they are taking their time with it. But girl,
Now, y'all in the microwave generation. Listen, Keisha, I already know. You're probably a Gen Zer. Listen, things take time, man. It's not, like I said, it's not like a TV show. This is real life. It takes time, okay? So, appreciate the video, though. This was really, really informative. And I'm going to add my theory. My theory is that he either used Celeste as a beard because, you know, he's young and maybe he wanted to, you know, seem like he's one way, but in the background he's really another way. That's possible. Another possibility is they are just emotionally connected. They're just really best friends. Sometimes that does happen. You're just really emotionally connected to your best friend. There are best friends who kiss each other, hold hands. In Korea, you'll see two guys holding hands and they're best friends, right? So sometimes that does happen where they're just like that kind of kinship where they're like really close with each other. And so that's his brother, and I'll do anything for my brother. That also is too. And it can seem like a lover relationship because they're so close. So I also want to put that out there. But I was just saying that it's also possible. The reason why I'm bringing up the DL stuff is because of his hatred towards the women. In his lyrics, he said, I hate you. And he said, I want to kill you. And I didn't even regret it. This is the reason why I'm bringing up those allegations or my theory on that. But to be quite honest with you, you can be really close friends with someone. There are some best friends who actually might look like lovers, but they're actually really close. You just develop this emotional connection to them, and it is what it is. There are some people who have that closeness. I can't even say that, and they're not even together. They've never had a physical relationship. It's just sometimes, you know, just connection. But again, what my theory is, though, is that it's quite possible that this girl was chosen for a specific reason. And it's quite possible that he could be bi. I mean, there's so many different sexual, like, orientations. I can't even go into that. But my feeling, though, is that they got some secret between each other, and they're very, very close. And they're close enough where I'm going to start to be like, okay, there's definitely something going on. And it's quite possible that maybe she found out and she had to be taken out. There's so many situations like this, y'all. There's like so many cases where this has happened before. Where the woman thinks that or the girl, she's a young girl. She thinks she's in a relationship with the person. But then come to find out he's actually with somebody else. That happened so many times. Didn't that happen? Oh my God, I gotta find it. There was like some lady, I forgot, it was a woman who found out her man was DL and then he unalived her. This happens all the time. So that's why I want to make it very clear that this is a pattern. So it can go either way. Again, we won't know until the case comes out. But I really hope that she can rest in peace. No, I really shouldn't say it like that. But I really want her spirit to rest. Let's just put it that way. Because the way that they did her, the way that they, like I said, like cutting somebody, like dismembering them, that's a very intimate thing. Like, do you know how much energy it takes to dismember? It is not easy to dismember a human body, y'all. Even for like animals, you know, when you cut animals or you dismember cows or whatever animal it is, it takes time. Matter of fact, let's ask Dom. Dom used to be a butcher.
I'm not butcher.
But you used to be a butcher. You used to do you used to work at a butcher factory a long time ago, right?
The first process of the beef factory.
Beef factory. So how hard was it to cut the beef, the cow?
How long
did it take? Yeah.
To adaptate the environment?
No, to cut a cow or to cut.
I have no position. I was not at that position.
What did you do?
My position is taking the liver.
Oh, he took the liver and stuff. But what about other people that had to cut the cow?
That position is very difficult. That position must be stay more than 3 years to adoptate it. 3 years.
And it takes, how long does it take to cut a cow? Do you know? Let me check.
No,
on
it's just
Google.
normally taking years.
No, but like to cut one cow, how long does
What do you mean?
it take to cut the cow into pieces?
Just kill?
Yeah, to
It's
cut.
just a second.
No, but the factory does it, right?
Factory.
But what if you have like, you don't have a factory? It's like your own, like
Oh, it's like a farm?
a farm, yeah.
Killing is not difficult, but emotional is involved. So that's why it's
Without.
But which question is that? Why do you try to ask it?
I'm trying to tell them that it takes a long time to cut an animal, to cut like physically cut and like cut something.
To separate the body part?
Yeah.
To eat? Well,
Yeah. No, but like a fit, like not the beef we eat, not the beef we eat in the supermarket. I'm talking about like I'm talking about like a whole cow.
Yeah, whole cow.
Yeah.
And then making a separation.
Yeah.
It depends on the condition. Like factory doesn't even take a long time, but if it's
But there's equipment that needs to be. But that's what I'm saying.
it's
Like
so
this is a
difficult to
difficult
have
job.
It's
Yeah.
a very difficult job to have that kind of this. Butcher has a very
Trigger warning. Sorry, I should have said that from the beginning. My bad, y'all.
It's
But yeah.
so hard to take out the body.
Yeah. So imagine a human. That's all I'm gonna say.
But if someone did it,
Yeah, no,
Oh.
we're not gonna talk about that. It's a very sad case, yeah.
Oh.
But I'm just trying to show them
I
how
mean,
much process
I mean,
it takes.
that kind of case is always happening in Korea.
Yeah, in
so I'm
Korea,
not
right?
surprised.
Wait, what race is Neo? Neo is Asian, but what is he? Hold on, let me find out his ethnicity. I'm not even joking.
In Korea and China, that's just normal.
So they do it. They cut people. Cut animals. Let's not talk about that. That's
I
too
mean,
much. Yeah,
human that's like violent, right?
yeah.
The criminal situation.
Yeah.
That's always happen.
So in Korea and China, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, listen. He said it. I didn't say it. My husband's Korean, y'all. So don't come at me with that.
We regularly listening to that kind of the very
No, that's
very
not
high
me.
level of the criminal news.
Yeah.
Like once a month, every time.
So hold on. What's his friend's name? D4Vd's friend. You said once a month? Is that frequent?
Yeah, it's pretty frequent.
Well, that's crazy. Wait, what's his name again? Hold on.
China-
Neo Langston. Let's see his
China is another
ethnicity.
level.
Okay, well, that's the ethnicity Dom was telling us, y'all. So, I mean, that, again, plausible. Neo Langston's ethnicity. I need to see what is he. So Dom just said it's very in Korea and China. It's very. So did you learn that as a kid, like how to cut animals?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't want to learn about it.
Okay, yeah.
As a farmer, but you have to know. But it depends on the job. Like if you want to be a butcher, then you have to know.
Mm-hmm.
Except the butcher, you don't have to know about it.
I need to know his ethnicity. Does he have an Instagram? Neo the Asian. Okay, here. Maybe somebody on Reddit has it. All right, y'all. We're gonna move on soon, but this is very interesting. The evidence that with who is that they're together. They're all together. Okay. All right, let's read this a little bit. This is Reddit. Reddit's pretty good with these kind of like finding out the information. For several months, one of the recurring questions in this case has been the real identity of the individual known online as Neo. We can confirm that the person previously referred to as Neo is Neo Langston, who has also used the public online handles Neo HY and Neo the Asian. Okay, we're gonna put both of these out. Neo has spoken publicly in the past, was known as a Twitch streamer, and was publicly associated with David as both a close friend and professional collaborator. This information is being shared to clarify identity and reduce ongoing misinformation. No allegations of criminal wrongdoings are being made at this time. We appreciate you. This R Reddit/Davidiots. Okay. This was a month ago before he got arrested 2 days ago. So let's see. His family's right there. Oh, we got our answer. Yep, it's him. That's Neo with his director mother, Cynthia, and her young boyfriend and her parents. Yes, I found her Facebook. Sorry to put these people. Hey, man, this is on Reddit, so we're not going to put his folks' face out there. But, okay, so they are Chinese, y'all. I'm sorry. Either Chinese or from Hong Kong or Taiwanese. That's the structure of the table for them. So let me ask Dom. Honey, can you come over? Oh, well. Just come from this side. You don't have to show anything. Just come from this side. My camera is this way. Can you tell me?
But
is this Chinese, Hong Kong?
My hair.
Okay, doesn't matter. Hi. What? This is Chinese, right? Chinese, Hong Kong, or Taiwan, right?
Chinese.
Chinese.
They looks Chinese.
Okay, but we don't know yet.
But probably Hong Kong. They looks exactly same. But
but I'm saying the table or not the look. I'm talking about the layout, the table.
The kind of environment.
Yeah, that kind of environment.
Hong Kong and China has the same environment. They always using the turning table together. So we don't know.
Might be Taiwan too, right?
No Taiwan. I feel like
no,
there is
no.
no Taiwan.
Okay, Korea doesn't use that. So
actually looks like Hong Kong, but I
maybe
don't
we don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to have the misidentification.
I don't want to be against the Hong Kong people. I love Hong Kong people. So
okay, so no, it's okay. I just wanted because you said that there are cases of those type of crimes happening in China and Korea every week.
Because every country has a bad people and good people, but bad people in China is a little bit different on another level than America. America is just like very quick, some solution. They have a little like a pew pew, but China we don't have that.
Yeah,
one.
they don't have.
But
guns.
we have a little bit of sharp one.
Oh, nice.
and then we can use that very very well, especially dead people, and they don't have a mercy. They just have a really bad mindset about it. So. Very, very dangerous. And Hong Kong gangsters are also very dangerous.
But you can talk about in Korea specific cases, like this happens all the time.
We learn everything from China. So we have exactly same method like how Chinese people doing it. And we sharing the land together. North Korea connected to the China. And some North Korea people also living in South Korea. And some Chinese people who used to live in North Korea they are living in Korea too, South Korea. So we are sharing the information together, especially if you are one of the member of the gangster area, then you're gonna learn everything from their method too. Yeah, and China is really dangerous. You guys don't know about that kind of detail, but it's so dangerous. If you're gonna go certain area, some bad community in America.
But I mean, it's the same in America. Like, there's some good and bad places, right?
How much is dangerous to get in there?
I would say
you are not able to survive it?
But to be fair, I haven't lived in America since 18, so I can't really speak on that. But what I will say though is that when I was growing up in America, though, yeah, there were some cities that were very more dangerous than others. But in Canada, let's talk about Canada in the context of Canada, because I can talk about that. Yeah, it's like kind of like here, like if you go to Pandora, then yeah.
Pandora looks okay.
I mean, but
you can walk there.
In Canadian terms,
we
though,
can walk
like
there.
okay, like for example, in Toronto, like one of the areas that people don't like to live in is like.
No, I mean what I'm asking is you are not even able to walk there? Like, it's so dangerous?
No, you can walk there, but it's just that you just have a higher chance of encountering some type of situation if you're not from that area. Usually, though, to be honest with you, people who are from the area usually don't have a problem. It's people who are from the outside that area. So, for example, like, it's kind of like if you live in a neighborhood and it's like, because in my neighborhood, people would consider it, like when I was growing up, people would consider like, because we live close to Deep Side, because I lived in Sunrise. So if you're from Lauderdale, so there's Deep Side, there's like, that side is like the bad side, and then our side towards like Sunset Strip was still relatively like kind of neutral, but still kind of like crime ridden, right? But for the people who live in the neighborhood, we it's like normal, right? But for people who are like coming from outside the neighborhood, then yes, you're gonna be a target 100% because you're different. So it's kind of like Korea, right? So like if you go to like Busan or some place like
Korea.
that, like,
Korea is a very, very mild country.
I mean, it's,
We don't have that kind of.
they don't. Okay, they don't. But it's Korea's pretty safe. I ain't gonna lie to y'all when it comes to those kind of like random crimes. But it's not safe when it comes to domestic. No, but when it comes to domestic crimes or crimes against women, it's not safe. Actually, there's a lot of crime against women in Korea.
We can walk
Yeah.
any places.
If you're a
If-
man, but not if you're a woman. You see, you're talking like a man. If you're a woman, we naturally always, naturally as women.
Why you walk alone over there?
But no, but
it's
you
a
see-
suicide.
But you see, this is okay. We need to have a conversation. One day we'll have a live stream about
It's a
that.
suicide.
Because no, we need to have a live stream about that. Because
Why you walk alone over there?
But why can't men not do that? Like, why can't we? We should
Men
be-
not able to
no,
do
but
that.
what I'm
too.
saying is we should be able. Women,
Either, I mean.
women should be walking. Women should be able to feel safe wherever they are. They
No,
shouldn't
no, no.
have to not.
No,
walk.
you're right. But
Yeah.
what I try to tell you is that area is some area.
I know.
Men and women doesn't care. We are not able to just walk there.
Yeah,
It's
so
too-
I remember when we were gonna move to a place. What place was that? You told me.
No, that's just my perspective. It's not a real
okay,
true.
it's not
But we
fair.
have some street like, oh, I not going to go there.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
that we, I believe that China has a little bit of that kind of the city. Like if you
Well,
wanna,
of course.
if
I
you
mean,
wanna
they
get
have-
in there,
honey,
yeah.
they have billions of people. Think about it. If
I'm just saying good luck
no, but
for you.
no, but the thing with China is that you're never gonna know because they don't publish that information. It's not public, so you.
My
wouldn't
point is that
know.
you don't even have a reason to go there. Except you're like journalist, like you are like explorer.
Wait,
you
you mean
have
certain
to
cities or the country? in
even
general?
city and area.
You're talking about.
Whole
the
city, I don't think it's true, but some areas.
Oh, you're talking about some areas. Okay,
some
okay,
areas
okay.
very very dangerous.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I went to China. I went to Beijing and
Beijing is just a public.
when was that?
area, like, everybody welcoming. They are smiling.
2016. Yeah, it was awesome. I loved it.
You talking about Beijing, but do you know how many city in China we have?
Absolutely no, but I'm saying like I don't want people to think they can't go to China to travel. It's actually a beautiful country. Just you just gotta go to the areas that are safer.
So,
That's what.
for example, like we make the joke. We used to make a joke, something like, if you're gonna, if in Korea you had some very like a financial criminal situation, and then you just steal all the money and then put into America. If you're gonna change your name to like Thomas, like that kind of the name, and then you're gonna disappear somewhere, Korean police. In any police not able to find them person, we make the joke. In China, we really has that kind of the area. So many Korean people had a criminal situation and then they escape.
Yeah, they
to
go back to
China,
Korea.
and then
Yeah.
they change the name to the Chinese name, and then they just disappear some certain area. We are not able to find that person. Seriously,
Yeah.
Cambodia, Philippines, China, that kind of the city, the country, we are not able to find it, but. Internet is now.
Well, wasn't there like a whole situation recently in Indonesia? Was it?
No, Cambodia.
Oh, Cambodia. Yeah, Cambodia. There was
Because
like a whole situation.
Korea police
yeah.
found that we had so many gangster like businesses in Cambodia.
Yeah.
Korean people can leave Cambodia without visa condition. Even businesses it just sounds like a permanent resident. We are not permanent resident in there ultimately, but we don't have a problem to live in there and doing the business in the same time in Cambodia. So many gangster people go there and then start open the online like casino, online like drugstore, and then they started dealing with the things. Even Korean gangsters, some kidnapped the ladies in Korea.
Yeah, and then
bring to
they
the Cambodia,
traffic
and then
them.
they started just doing
Traffic.
some really
Yeah.
bad things, and then selling some organs, some that kind of bad things. So thankfully, Korean police found everything, and then they just started investigating. Nowadays, just more than half of the gangster people came back to Korea, and then they go to the jail. Everybody, and yeah, that's it. I mean,
So basically-
some Cambodia area, like you are not able to go there, and it's not a good idea to go.
So basically, you're saying that knives are very like people like chopping up things in those countries is normal.
It's not normal, but
it's
a little bit high percentage than
yeah.
other country.
You will, yeah.
You are not going to listen to that kind of the news in New Zealand.
So then, for example, if a kid, okay, let's just put it this way. So if a kid, or not a kid, like a maybe young adult, like a 20-year-old type of young age kid, and they decided to do something like that to somebody else, like, you know, they decided to.
What does it mean?
They decided to and then cut the cut
doing the criminal things.
Yeah, doing that kind of criminal thing. Would they be able to find that equipment in their parents' kitchen?
What does it mean?
So would they know what to buy? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
in
let's
the
say
kitchen.
no, but I'm saying, like, because
Yeah.
you said, like, in Korea and China this is common.
Yeah.
Like it's
It's
kind
not
of common.
common.
It's not common,
more,
but it happens.
high percentage. Yeah.
They know how to use the knife. So
Yes.
if they had asked their parents, like, hey, if I want to cut like something really fast, or I want to do this, the parents would know what tools to use, and they would tell the kids.
Not everyone.
But they would know how to find that information.
For example, like a Japanese sashimi is the one of the sharpest knife for like.
Don't say that.
Oh. Sharpest one, two.
Sharpest
for the sushi.
Tool,
you know
tool.
the sushi.
No, actually, don't say nothing like that. No, because we don't know who's watching. Actually, no. We're gonna be done with this conversation. Let's move on.
Is it too much information? I'm sorry about it.
Because I don't know who's watching
okay,
this, and
I'm
I don't want to
sorry,
give
I'm
people
sorry.
ideas. No, I'm
I'm
dead
sorry.
ass. I'm not trying to get
sorry.
incriminated, nothing like that.
But this is just the easy information I'm gonna give you guys. If you wanna just, I don't wanna.
No.
Okay, yeah, I just say that
Yeah.
I don't wanna just make them interested. But we have so many Korean movie with that kind of the background. So try to find it. Unfortunately, I don't think we have English subtitle, but you're gonna try to find it, and then maybe you're gonna watch it. That movie is very enjoy. Some Ma Dong-seok, you know, the very famous Korean actor.
I saw it. I didn't like that movie.
Is so famous, and
I didn't
then
like
that
it.
background is already showing the Chinese people and
I
Korean
didn't like
people's
it.
relationship. You guys are gonna know. Oh, okay, that's really happening in Korea and China. Okay, yeah, that's.
Yeah, he made me watch one movie. We watched it together, and then they was doing all this. I was like, oh hell no! Like, I'm not watching none of that. Nah, man, he had me messed up. But I ain't gonna lie, it was a good movie, but I didn't like that part. Like, I was like, oh no, I covered my eyes. I was like, this is just way too much. It's like a slow way to. It's just so. Anyways, it's horrible, horrific. By the way, I hope that no one took offense to the conversation we were having. We're just having a conversation just to, like I said, these conversations need to be had. I really wish that this wasn't a conversation because she did not deserve that. Let's continue on to find out about this boy and his family, because it looks like this Reddit had a lot of information. So they said his mom had a young boyfriend and she has another son, and her other son is no contact with her, and it looks like she's with a man who is Caucasian. So she's with a young Caucasian man. Okay. She gives off weird covert incest vibes. This is all according to Reddit, yo. So he comes from a troubled background. Edited to clarify, covert incest is when an adult doesn't see the line between adult world and letting kids be kids. Involving her own children in her movie about a mother exploring what good sex means would be covert incest. It's what you Gen Alphas call cringe. Like a mom that would tongue deep make... What the heck is this? Red flag. What is this nonsense? I'm not reading that. That's disgusting. So now, he comes from a troubled background. It looks like his mother is very... like I said, she seems like she's a character in herself, according to Reddit. So I'm not surprised that he was grinning in that mugshot. I'm not surprised at all. And if anyone, again, allegedly, I'm not accusing him of any crime, but if anyone will have the means to do with the body of what was said that was done, it would have been him. He would have had enough equipment. According to Dom, this would have been enough. So now, we are going to leave this case where it's at right now, because I know I'm going to do this again. Because I'm telling you, they both going to get locked. They're going to pack them right up out of here, and then they can go live their lives in prison. But, yeah, here we go. He's also a lost one right here. This is also another one. Parents, I already said what I had to say. This is disgusting. As a parent, you should be ashamed of yourself. Honestly, if your child, like I said, if you have a child that ends up being in a situation like this, then just know that I'm on that ass. And you should be ashamed. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if they try to make you placate you. Oh, you did what you could as a parent. No, the hell you didn't. Whatever you did wasn't enough. And the way that you studied the martial arts and you went to church and studied the word, you should have studied your kid too. Because if you studied your kid, then this, like I said, again, accidents happen. Sometimes, yes, kids can be at the right place, wrong time, influenced by other people. I don't care. But at the same time, this right here does not seem like it's just an accident. This seems like just bad parenting all around. My opinion. And this is what his mama wanted to focus on. Having a young boyfriend and are you great for sex? Instead of watching her son. Look at what he was doing in the background with David. Colluding and scheming and scamming. Left her kid just doing whatever he wanted to do. Obviously, she's not even supervising him. Red flag. This is disgusting, y'all. Newspaper article placing Neo in Houston in 2013 as the same time David lived there. Interesting. So here we go. Okay. Neo. So he has newspaper articles about him, y'all. He's young. Neo Langston holds. So he was, again, another promising young child. Look at that. Look at what he was doing at a young age. And then he turned into something completely different. Whew, boy, damn, Reddit don't play, y'all. Don't ever put me on Reddit. Y'all gonna find me somehow. My goodness. Thank God I don't put nothing on. I don't put nothing online. So good luck. But here's his mama, y'all. Oh, it's not available. Okay. Oh, it is available. It's because I'm not in, I think it's because I'm not in the States. Because Canada, they have restrictions on what we can see on Instagram. I know. Whew, boy. So here we go. So do a background check. So do a background check on the name Neo Langston. Be right back. Edit. This is what came back for that name. Sorry, y'all. I didn't see any family members living in Texas. If this is him, his family is from Florida. That tracks. And his mom lives in NYC. Some still reside there, while some reside here in California. So again, he's from Cali. Interesting. His father is in Austin, Texas, and seems to be a nice guy, very supportive of the LGBTQ. So you see, here. So even the Reddit is saying what Keisha and I were kind of saying. So his father is very supportive of case. So it was not a case of him being closeted then. It seems like they're very open-minded folks. He was deaf in David's home after Celeste went missing. Of course he was. I believe anyways, these structures match in these photos. Okay, so here we got photos. Damn, Reddit don't play. Reddit will solve a crime, y'all. I think Reddit did solve a crime once. Here we go. Yeah, that's that. They're in the same place. Look at that. That structure's right there. And he got a bonnet on. And then look at the picture he's holding up. Red flag. Look at this. Look at this demonic little boy. Look at this. What is this? What is he doing in that picture? I don't know. All right, continuing. Rumor is they were dating and he was upset about Celeste. Look, Reddit done opened the portal. Yeah. So my theory, the first theory was right. And now that Celeste is gone, because remember, she probably found out or she knows too much. Sometimes the person who knows too much, unfortunately, they will get... Y'all, that happened recently in Montreal. There was this guy, he used to be like the broker. Y'all, mafias have brokers. I didn't even know that. I watch too many shows, y'all. Listen, if y'all ever want to have a true crime powwow, let me know. I'm your girl. I watch a lot of stuff. There was a broker. He was a broker in Montreal. He would broker with the mafia. I know. He was a broker. He's like the middleman. And he would use like his like kind of influence to help like kind of like, you know, I guess be the, I guess the peacemaker between two different rival groups. So you have the Mafia, the Hells Angels, then you have, the Bloods, the Crips. We got Bloods and Crips in Canada too, y'all. It's crazy. We have all sorts of different gangs, right? And so what happened was that there was this really popular family in Montreal, crime family, the Rizzuto family, and so they got knocked out. Y'all already know, one after the other, after a few decades, other groups come up and then they take them out. So the daddy got taken out, the son got taken out while I was in Montreal. By the way, he got taken out in the same city that I was in. I was in Notre Dame de Grâce, so NDG. Not too far from where I lived, he got taken. I remember that day because there was a lot of cops around, and I was like, "What's going on?" That was a long time ago, y'all. That's when I lived in Montreal. But yeah, and he got taken out in broad daylight, gone. And then the daddy got taken out while he was having dinner with his wife. He was in the kitchen, and then somebody sniped, gone. So, anyways, he used to deal with that whole group, and so what happened was that a lot of those people went to jail. I think his name was Tommy the Dealer, something like that. And anyways, a lot of people from that group went to jail. And so he tried to go out on his own. And he's like, look, everybody in jail. Let me go, instead of getting a little cut, I'm going to not be the middleman anymore. And I'm going to deal directly with these folks. Y'all, they done took him out in broad daylight. Went into a freaking coffee shop. And he knew it because he sat there. He was drinking his coffee. They ran up in there, did the job, and then they was out. So, yeah. This happens, this is not abnormal, y'all. So now they were dating. That's what I'm saying. The person, and the reason they took him out is because he knew too much. He knew too much about what people was doing. He knew too much about the dealings. He knew too much. So somebody put a hit on him from jail. They was like, take him up out of here. And they went and did the orders. So when somebody knows too much, that's why you got to be careful. Don't let people tell you all their damn secrets. I'm like, hold up. Don't tell me everything now. I don't need to be the last person to know your whereabouts and your dealings. I don't need to know nothing. That's why when people tell me stuff, I act like I didn't hear it. You didn't tell me anything. I don't want to know. I don't want to be the confidential friend. What they say, can you, I want to tell you something, but what did they say? I want to tell you in confidence. As soon as they say in confidence, I'm like, no, I'm good. Don't tell me nothing. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing. I'm good. I don't want to be involved in no damn crime. I don't want to be involved in, I have something to tell you, but I don't know how you'll take it. Okay, that's okay. Just imagine I'll take it and figure it out yourself. I don't want nothing. I don't want to be the last person to know nothing about nothing. I don't want to know nothing about no dealings, nothing secret, because you'll be the first one taken out. As soon as the block gets hot. So yeah, they were dating, y'all. I had a feeling. Yep. So now they get to live their lives how they want. So they probably thought that by taking her out, because again, he comes from a religious family. So it looks like Neo's family, allegedly, again, I have to be alleged, would be more accepting. They're very unconventional Chinese. Anyways, the fact that she's dating a younger white guy and the dad is LGBTQ plus friendly, that already lets me know that they're very unconventional. So they're pretty much open-minded. They're from California. Usually that tracks. But his family is very religious and extremely different. And they're black. Gotta be honest. The optics are different. So if news got out, that would be different. It might hurt the career, hurt different. I mean, listen, I'm just speculating. So it was easier for them to do that. And like I said, for somebody to cut something, especially another human being, is very intimate, y'all. That person spent time looking at that person. It's extremely disturbing, but also it's hate. You don't like that person. You hate that person. You don't see them as a person. You see them as an object. So yeah. Anyway, continuing. More proof. Damn, they're not playing.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is going on today? Why are we talking about this kind of...
Oh, because of a case. I'll tell you after, honey. I'll tell you after. You missed it. You missed it. No, you missed it.
We must talk about...
We can't go over it anymore.
Entertainment.
Okay, we're done now. Yeah, Dom doesn't like listening to this kind. Okay, we're gonna wrap it right up. Okay, this is the last one. It's because there was an update on a case I did a while ago. That's why. You know, on the stream we talk about everything, but some things more than
Yeah,
others.
but we can talk more about happy things.
Okay, let's talk about happy things. Okay, Dom said wrap this right up. Okay, I'm gonna listen to my husband. All right. So, anyways, that's the proof is in the pudding. So it is what it is. And mom and dad, instead of you buying an AR-15, Colleen, instead of you and Dawood, both of y'all, instead of y'all buying AR-15s, y'all need to go and pray for your son, because he's gonna be doing some hard time. You need to get the commissary up. He's gonna be in there for a minute. Okay, and all of this stuff, whatever secretness was going on, is going to be revealed, y'all. And this is why I said there's no point in hiding. Don't hide. It's going to come out anyways. So, anyways, done. All right, let's wrap this up. I'll read a few comments and then we're moving on. What time is it? Oh, it's 9 o'clock for some of y'all. Okay, give me like 30 more minutes and then we're going to wrap this up early tonight. And then tomorrow, I'll be back earlier for a longer stream. Neo is obviously not his real name at the start that fell. Yeah, I know. They did. That's what they called them. Korean movies are gore. They are. I don't like them. Like when they're too gory. Oh, Star Sky 051 said thanks, Dom, for the insight. Yeah. Rosa, you said my misandry grows every day, especially when I look at all this true crime. 90% of the victims are women. I am sick. Yes, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I be looking at my husband all types of sideways, but he know better. He's right here. He knows better. And again, like, you know, and I'm not trying to say that I'm different or I'm better or special than anyone else. I want to make that very clear. Anybody could be a victim. But what I'm trying to say is that it is, what I will say though is a lot of us and a lot of women, I will say that the red flags were always there. I'll be honest. The red flags are always there because when you listen to some of these stories, it is very hard for the red flags to not be there. The only time I would probably accept the red flag not being there is if it's a close family or friend. It's very hard to decipher that sometimes because you can think it's normal behavior and it's not. The problem with women that I find, and that I also had to get out of that pattern too as a woman, is that we do not listen to our intuition. We're too trusting, and we always, like, I don't want to say always, but a lot of us, we like to give people chances when they should never have had even a chance. And I think that this is one of those things where we're taught to be people pleasers, and people pleasing will get you killed, y'all. People pleasing will get you killed. Too much empathy will also get you killed. I'll be honest. I'm not even using unalived here. I'm using the real word. It will get you taken up out of here. Always trying to help people. And you know something's off, but then you don't want to seem like the bad person. You don't want to seem like the bad. Did you give her something? Did you give her something to eat?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Sorry, y'all. I be paranoid with Mimi be chewing on stuff. Other day, I saw one of my earbuds in her mouth. My earbud from one of my headphones from a long time ago. I don't know how she dug that up, but she found it. And you know how they have those black ear, the ones that you could like detach? She had it in her mouth, and I heard her chewing on something. And I was like, and I just stick my hand in her mouth all the time, and I took it out, and it was my earbud. So after that, I'm very paranoid. So anyways, yeah, we ain't trying to go to no vet for no emergency surgery. These vet bills be high. All right. You said XOXO Ganja Girl. Hey sis, you said I'm legally blind. Yeah, POP holding it down, mama. I forgot that word she said. Mama, I love you. I'm legally blind. POP holding it down. Yeah, that's me right there. I don't see nothing. I don't know what you talking about. Don't be coming to me with nothing confidential. Please and thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next story, y'all. But yeah, very sad case. I will be keeping up with the developments because, like I said, everything is gonna come out in the open once they go to trial, y'all. We're gonna cover this like the Brene and Tim situation. Let's move on. Who did I have on the thumbnail? It was him, so we got rid of him. Who was the second person? It was, okay, let's get to David Beckham, y'all. The Beckhams. Okay, something lighthearted. The Beckhams. Oh, boy. Brooklyn. Remember we did a live stream on him and Nicola like 3 weeks ago, I think? And I made some observations about Brooklyn, and I said that, hey, Nicola seems like she's fine. I mean, I looked at the content that they had together. At first, I thought she was the problem, because the way that the Daily Mail made it seem was that she was just an awful human being, because it's true. They did make it seem like that she's just awful and she's bossy, and, you know, she's trying to tell Brooklyn what to do. And hold on. You know what? Is my camera okay? Here, the Wi-Fi is not that great, y'all. Just letting y'all know. So that's probably why my streams are always a little wonky with the camera. But anyways, what did I put on the thumbnail? Hold on, y'all. I'm going to go to my Canva. But anywho, Brooklyn came out the other day. So that was a quick turnaround time, because the last time when we talked about the no contact situation, because I did I reviewed Oprah's no contact episode, and then we talked about Brooklyn and Nicola and how Brooklyn was going no contact with his parents. We didn't have that much information, but it was just like word on the street was that he decided to just go no contact, and then his brother Cruz came out and was pissed about it and said, oh, like, you know, he's the one who blocked us and unfollowed us around Christmas time. It wasn't us, it was him. And so the whole consensus was that Brooklyn, my opinion, was that Brooklyn had beef with his parents, and they had nothing to do with Nicola. It was just him and his parents. That's all you could see. You could see it's just the war of parents and kids. And I'm sad to say, because I was hoping that it wasn't the case, but it was. So Brooklyn revealed some things in his messages, and it just made me realize that, yes, this is definitely a situation with his parents. And to be honest with you, we're gonna read it, and then I'm gonna have you guys I'll give my commentary, but y'all let me know what y'all think. My opinion, though, is that Brooklyn needs to go to therapy and stop using the internet as his sounding board. I know it's his first time actually revealing the situation, but I do believe that, you know, being that they're public figures and being that there's so much scrutiny already on him and his wife, this is a hard way to have a marriage. When you start your marriage and there's already this type of like situation of separation, especially going no contact with parents, separating yourself from your parents, that's already heavy enough. But getting the world involved in it is also going to be a lot on him and Nicola's. It's going to be a lot on him and Nicola's marriage and their relationship. And I understand he's protecting his wife, and I understand he's protecting his space. I get that. But I just feel, my opinion, I feel like this did not need to be aired out, my opinion, because his parents are loved. And as much as I know damn well she not eating my damn grass. Hold on a second, y'all. Mimi, get down. Honey, can you feed her, please, if you don't mind?
She's not eating.
You gave her something?
Yeah.
Why is she eating my plant? Y'all see that plant? If my mom saw this, she would cry. That's her plant that she gave me, and it's slowly dying. Y'all, I know it's dying. We gotta get the water on it. This girl loves to eat from that plant. I don't understand. Okay, anyway. Okay, so she's just bored, y'all. All right, let's just quickly go over Brooklyn, and then we're gonna go over the Don Lemon situation tomorrow. So, I lost my train of thought because she was trying to eat the plant. Yeah, so I just think, like, for me, in my opinion, yeah, David and Victoria are very well loved. I mean, hell, Victoria's one of the Spice Girls. I told y'all I really love the Spice Girls. David is a mega soccer star. People are going to have their opinions, and to be honest with you, it's already looking like people are siding with the parents, and this is why you got to be careful with these kind of situations, because it makes you look like you're just lashing out and that you're trying to, like, you know, take your parents down, even if they were the culprits in the background. I'm not dismissing what he's saying. I believe what he's saying. But the thing is, like, you have to understand that in the world of celebrity, and I get him speaking his truth, and I commend him for it, and I think he's very brave for doing that, because you're going against your parents, especially as big of stars as they are. However, what I will say is their names are bigger than yours. And the opportunities for you, like, I understand that, you know, Nicola is a billionaire, but she's not the billionaire. Her daddy is. That's number one. Number two is that you don't know where this relationship is gonna go. And I don't want to say that in a bad way. They could last forever. It is what it is. But like I said, like, you have to be careful, especially like when you're going no contact with people, especially your parents. Brooklyn made a brave choice, and I commend him for it. I think he should go no contact with his parents if they are doing what he's accusing them of doing. What I'm trying to say, though, is there's a way to go about it. And I just think, like, putting it in the public eye like this, it's one thing for people to speculate, but it's another thing for you to actually put the information out there. And again, these are family. How can I say this? Like, I want to be careful because I don't want him to silence himself. I'm just saying that there's a way you could do it, is what I'm saying. So I just feel like, in my opinion, that this should have just been something behind closed doors. My opinion. You can say you're no contact with your parents. There's nothing wrong with that. You can say one of like the reasons, but this is a lot of detail. And so now I'm going to have to do a case study on it. So matter of fact, I'm going to add them on the list because, again, I don't go digging for information. It's got to be public information for me to do it. So let's get to Brooklyn. And matter of fact, he added, remember, a few years ago, he added Peltz to his last name. Oh, Lord. So he done took his wife's last name, too. He's making a statement. And all of this, again, is because he definitely has some resentment towards his parents. I'm going to read why. I didn't read the whole thing because I wanted to save it for the case study. So let's get going, y'all. Let's read it. Brooklyn Peltz Beckham. So y'all know people screen captured that. He wrote, I have been silent for years and made every effort to keep these matters. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me put my song on. We got to make this a little bit better because, y'all, this is going to be a long one. Who, Lord, he wrote a lot. Brooklyn had a lot to say. Brooklyn had way too much to say. Lord, I feel like their case study is going to be worse than Taylor Swift's case study because, hell, she got 8 parts. Brooklyn, because remember, we got to start with the Spice Girls and Victoria and all them. So that's going to take a while. Victoria and David. And then didn't David get accused of cheating on Victoria? Oh, boy. That's going to be a crazy case study if I have to cover that one. Okay. Where is my song? Twilight on the Hill, y'all. Where is it? Twilight on the Hill. Where are we at? Actually, let's use another one today. Here we go. Okay, this one is a new one, y'all. This is one of my favorite ones for the celebrities. When there's narky behavior, y'all gonna hear this one. Okay, this is a narky behavior one. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Wait, the music's going too fast. Hold on. Wait, music. Wait. Okay, let's start. I have been silent for years and made every effort to keep these matters private. Unfortunately, my parents and their team have continued to go to the press, leaving me with no choice but to speak for myself and tell the truth about only some of the lies that have been printed. I do not want to reconcile with my family. I'm not being controlled. I'm standing up for myself for the first time in my life. For my entire life, my parents have controlled narratives in the press about our family. The performative social media posts, family events, and inauthentic relationships have been a picture of the life I was born into. Recently, I have seen with my own eyes the lengths that they'll go through to place countless lies in the media, mostly at the expense of innocent people, to preserve their own facade. But I believe the truth always comes out. Okay, Brooklyn, we're going to stop it right here first because he got like a lot of pages, y'all. He wrote a lot. Green flag. Remember, Brooklyn's a Pisces, y'all. This man right here, because I always talk about Pisces. Honey, you're a Pisces, right?
I don't know.
He's a Pisces, y'all. I have a question. If your parents
My parents.
kept beefing with you in the media, like doing like subtle things in the media.
My parents?
Yeah, just imagine your parents are famous. and they would go to the Korean media and put little stories, and you knew it was them doing it, would you go on social media to say something about your parents?
No, never.
You would never do that though.
Never.
Right? But he's Korean though. He's more filial. I wouldn't do it either.
I'm loyalty. No.
You still loyal to your parents no matter what, even if you beefing with them?
I can sacrifice everything in my life.
Yeah, me too. Even if I'm beefing with my parents, I'm not gonna air their business out like that though.
Even if they did some very bad things.
Me
I'm not
too.
going to say it. It's just better to just share.
I would say it, but I wouldn't say everything. But I would say like the situation, but I wouldn't tell like everything, right?
No, I'm
but
not going to say it.
but then that's just my personality though. Yeah.
It's just my perspective.
Me too. If I'm a friend with somebody, like if you're my friend and we just fall out, I would never tell your business like that. I'm not that kind of person.
No, I'm not going to say it.
I only say something if the story involves me and I'm telling you my perspective of the story, then I'll say something. But I'm not gonna air out their private business that nobody has no knowledge of and stuff like that. But anyways, he's a Pisces, but they're very emotional, y'all. So this is a very Pisces coded message. He had enough. He's had enough. He had to protect his wife. Okay. So, all right. Let's review this. So he said that he doesn't want to reconcile with his family. That's very, very strong wording. So he is very certain that he doesn't want to talk to them anymore. And to be honest with you, the fact that he's coming out like this lets me know that he's really done. All right. I'm not being controlled. So he's basically saying that Nicola's not controlling me. Y'all could stop saying that. Dead that right now. This is the translation, the simple translation for y'all. I'm standing up for myself for the first time in my life. I knew it. So his parents, his daddy's a Taurus. I done told y'all about these Taurus men. If you watch the case study that I did on, I think it was Adrian Bailon. Israel Houghton is a Taurus, I said. But also when I was talking about the dictators, a lot of them were Aries and Taurus, y'all. Dictators, a lot of dictators were, you know what? Yeah, I could show you more than I can. Taurin, I think it's Taurin dictators. Taurus, Taurus tyrants, y'all. Look at the Tauruses, y'all. Red flags all over. Okay, we're gonna do the red flag. Saddam Hussein, red flag. Who we got? Pol Pot. Y'all want to know who Pol Pot is? If you took poli-sci or history classes, y'all know exactly who he is. He's the one who came up with the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. Killed, decimated, unalived millions of people. He was a Taurus. Red flag. Ayatollah Khomeini. He led a revolution which converted Iran from a secular monarchy to theocracy. That's the reason they're protesting as of today. They are still out there in them streets. They recently had a protest down here in Victoria for Iran. Red flag, Taurus. Saddam Hussein, need I say more? Red flag, was in Iraq causing chaos. Adolf Hitler. Oh, Mr. Nazi himself. Red flag. But actually, he's a cusp, y'all, because April 20th, I believe that is Aries, but I think it's it's Taurus. I lied. Taurus. Here we go. He is a Taurus. Catherine the Great. I don't know her lore, but she must have been something. Yeah, she unalived millions of people. Genocidal maniacs. Vladimir Lenin. Need I say more? USSR. Look it up in the history books. Red flag. Oliver Cromwell. Who is he? Oh, English. If you're British, you already know who that is. Red flag. Ho Chi Minh, Lord Jesus, the Vietnamese man. Oh my God. Y'all remember when they went to Vietnam War and got decimated? It's because of this man right here. They got the whole city named after him. Ho Chi Minh City. Ain't that the capital of Vietnam? The Vietnamese communist leader who invaded South Vietnam in order to force it to unite with the newly communist North Vietnam, which involved fighting the French, the Americans, and other partisan nations. He succeeded, of course. Yeah, he did. That's why America could never say that, oh, they won Vietnam. Where? That's why they still mad at the Vietnamese. They done packed them right up out of there with nothing but just jungle. And I'm not saying that to be like, I'm serious. They have jungles in Vietnam. All they did was they hid in the jungles. They did that guerrilla warfare. Packed them Americans right up out of there. They were like, we don't care if you got guns. We don't care if you got grenades. We don't care if you got weapons. We got the jungle. Good luck. Good effing luck. They're the reason why. Ho Chi Minh. And then Niccolo Machiavelli. You guys should know him if you're a Tupac fan. But if you're not, he also wrote The Prince. If you read it in poli sci, I think it was one of the 5 books we had to read. That was one of the books I had to read, y'all. So he gained infamy for his survival guide for despots. The Prince, which set forth the rules of maintaining power through intimidation and unscrupulous cunning. Yeah, y'all read it if y'all want to be like them, okay? So other famous tourist dictators. Jim Jones. Y'all don't want to know who Jim Jones is? If you're from Guyana, you know who he is. He's the one who had people drink the Kool-Aid. Jim Jones, not the rapper. Jim Jones, the cult leader. Was he a tourist? Yep, May 13th. Yep. He's the one who made the Americans go, the people who wanted to go into this new world in Guyana. And then they drank the Kool-Aid that was like poisoned with cyanide, I believe, and he killed everybody. Tourists. If you're with a tourist, man, beware. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, I'm not saying they're good. They're loyal. Don't get me wrong. And they're very grounded. They're some of the best men to get with if they ain't crazy like this. There's a switch. I mean, that's with every man, but especially with the tourists. They have controlling ways. That's the earth sign in them. They like to control. They're similar to the Capricorn men, but the Capricorn men are very petty and whiny. Baby as hell. Continuing. I don't know who Lucrezia Borgia is. Y'all look these people up. Eva Peron, Marshall Applewhite, I don't know. Emperor Hirohito, he's Japanese. And I think it was around the, John probably knows about him. It seems like it was during the colonial era. George Lucas. Hold up. I don't know. George Lucas, the Star Wars guy, and Barbara Streisand. Okay, she's not a dictator. Anyways, yeah, you see tourists be dictating. Anyways, David Beckham is a tourist, y'all. David Beckham. Let's check his birthday. It was May something. May 2nd. He's a tourist. Full through and through. All in there. May 2nd birthday. Taurus. He's right there. Here we go. So now, yeah, he's a Taurus. What is Victoria again? Victoria Beckham. What she is? Is she a water sign? April 17th. I think that's an Aries, right? Oh, she's fire. Oh, Lord. April 17th should be Aries? Or I think that's Aries or Taurus. Oh, Aries. Yeah, she's Aries. Okay. So now, he got them both parents. So, you know, if his dad is a Taurus, he is definitely on the you do what I tell you to do side. That's the dictator in him. They all have it, y'all. Just like the Pisces men are very emotional, the Taurus men are very dictatorish. Hey, listen, argue with your mama if you want to. Listen, the stars don't lie. The signs don't lie. And if you are religious, you need to look up the 12 breastplates of Israel. What was it? The 12 tribes, and they have the gems. Aaron had the gems, and some people said that it connects with the zodiac. Anyways, listen, I'm not going to go too much into it. You research yourself. So now, he got a dictator of a father. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like his daddy was really a Taurus. Like, extremely. So I believe him. Okay, next. He said they controlled narratives in the press about our family. I believe it too. Like I said, if his daddy's a Taurus, I believe everything he's talking about. And Taurus and Pisces, it's going to be hard for them to get along because, again, Pisces is very emotional. So there's probably some times where, you know, Brooklyn expressed himself a lot. He's extremely, look at Durant. You could tell he was hiding it in. He was holding it in for so long. And if you have a son who is, 1, very emotional, 2, doesn't like he likes the spotlight, but it seems like he wants more of a normal life. And he was very sheltered. And so now, you have a son who can't wait to leave. Remember, as soon as he turned 18, I think 18 or 19, he went to America. He said he was trying to make a way for himself. Why? To escape his parents. His daddy. I told y'all, the problem was with Brooklyn and his daddy. I said that in a live stream. And now, 100%. I can confirm that it is. He said it from his own mouth. Continuing. All right, let's go. Next one. What time is it? Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Give me like 20 more minutes. We're going to finish reading this, and then we're going to watch a few videos and wrap this up, and then we'll continue tomorrow. All right, let's go with the song. Oh, and I'm going to read a few comments after. Okay, here. Let's continue going. The night before our wedding, Members of my family told me that Nicola was not blood, quote unquote, and not family, quote unquote. He's talking about his mama here. Since the moment I started standing up for myself with my family, I've received endless attacks from my parents, both privately and publicly, that were sent to the press on their orders. Even my brothers were sent to attack me on social media before they ultimately blocked me out of nowhere this last summer. My mom hijacked my first dance with my wife, which had been planned weeks in advance, to a romantic love song. In front of our 500 wedding guests, Mark Anthony called me to the stage, where in the schedule was planned to be my romantic dance with my wife. But instead, my mom was waiting to dance with me instead. I gotta say in the British accent, y'all. She danced very inappropriately on me in front of everyone. I've never felt more uncomfortable or humiliated in my entire life. We wanted to renew our vows so we could create new memories of our wedding day that bring us joy and happiness, not anxiety and embarrassment. Red flag, Victoria, if this is true. But to be honest with you, I believe him. I'm going to tell you why I believe him. Because... Let's see Aries mom's law. Famous Aries. I need to see the profile. I don't know too much about Aries, y'all. I just know Halle Bailey is a Aries. And who's a famous Aries? We gonna go to line them up, y'all. Line them up. I need the women. Line them right up out of here. Hold on, right up. Lady Gaga. What? Reese Witherspoon. Halle Bailey. Who are these folks? Who else? I need the women. I need Mariah Carey. Okay, I love her music though. I'll say that. Eddie Murphy's in Aries. Tammy Roman. Rihanna. Okay, looks like we got a lot. No, Rihanna's a Pisces. What is she doing there? She's not an Aries. She's a Pisces. Hold up a second. Okay. Let's look at the Aries profile. But in all seriousness though, Lady Gaga, Courtney. Oh, okay, here we go. Kourtney Kardashian's in Aries? Because I was looking for a mama. I'm looking for the mom profile of Aries based on who are the celebrities. This is a perfect one right here, y'all. She's very, very overprotective over her kids. She babies her kids. I think she always gets into arguments with her sisters because she's too much of a helicopter mom. Red flag. Okay, so we got one. Let's continue. I need to see the mamas out here. Okay, Pedro Pascal, love you, but you're not a mama. Reba McEntire, I don't know, but I remember your stepson was the one with Kelly Clarkson, and you married his daddy, and y'all had a whole crazy divorce. Okay, so, but then if we go by her character, Reba, because it's probably based off of her character, then that tracks, because Reba was very overprotective with Cheyenne. Y'all ever saw that show? Reba with Cheyenne and, what's the other girl's name? The young one. I love that show, by the way. Elton John, love him, but you're a man. Next. Paul Rudd. Okay, no, we need women. Mariah Carey, I don't know. I haven't heard any stories of her motherhood, so we're gonna cross over. But Kourtney Kardashian's a really good example. Celine Dion, very protective over her sons, and she was the one who had the, oh Lord, that's a whole nother case study. We need to add Celine to the list. Oh Lord, I know I'm gonna get a lot of like French hate. Oh, we skipping this, man. Oh, we skipping. Okay, Reese Witherspoon, is she overprotective? I don't know her too well. Halle Bailey, her son's too young. Oh, here she go. Oh, boy, she want to play, y'all. Oh, my God. Because her daddy's taking a shower. Okay, come, Mimi. Come. She wants to bite her mom. Okay, now she's hungry. Honey, did Mimi eat? She didn't eat? Okay, she's hungry now. She's trying to bite me. Okay, hold on a second, y'all. I'm going to come right back. I need to see the mamas. I don't see no mamas here. Okay, Sarah Jessica, I don't know too much about her. Victoria Beckham, here she go. Red flag. All right, anyways, let's get back to the story, y'all. I'm going to do a profile on Aries. I don't know them too well, so I don't want to give the wrong information. But they are fiery signs, and they're fire signs. That's all I know. And so if Kourtney Kardashian is in Aries, then I think Brooklyn is in trouble. He's in danger because she seems like the type that would probably do similar things. But I think she would cry more than anything. All right. So now it looks like he's accusing his mom. This is his side of the story, by the way, y'all. His mama hijacked his... Okay, I don't want to say that. Ooh, let me not say that. She took over the whole wedding and made it about her. His mama sounds like a narky. And you know what? That's her first son. And the way that they sheltered them boys, I'm not surprised. Y'all hear her growling? Oh my God. So now, he started standing. Okay, this is what's really apparent to me is that the time he started standing up for himself is when all the problems started. And I'm not surprised, because usually that is what happens. As soon as you stand up for yourself and you start to have boundaries with your parents, and that's across zodiac signs, y'all. So with the zodiac signs I make fun, but in honesty, this is across the board with any parent, no matter where you're from, no matter like what, cultural background you come from. If you have parents who do not respect your space and boundaries, then this is going to happen. And if you come from a family where you're supposed to fall in line and you're just supposed to follow what they tell you to do and they dictate everything that you do. So remember, we were talking about David, and he had the similar background, but his was more religious. Brooklyn's not religious from what I know. I don't think the Beckhams are religious at all, but they are part of this celebrity culture. And so they have this image to protect. Their father is a multi-millionaire soccer star, and their mom is a Spice Girl and a fashion mogul. And she has brand. They both have brands together in the Beckham brand. So now we have a family that wants to protect their image. And unfortunately for Brooklyn, he was born. I mean, I don't want to say unfortunately, because there's always positive and negative sides to it. But he was born to a rich family. And I think this is a thing that I want us to really take away from this, because I know that sometimes it can seem like I feel like rich people problems are not our problems. That's true, because we definitely got other things we need to worry about in this world. That's one thing for sure. But what I will say though is that this highlights that no matter where your social status is, as far as financial or your income, problems are problems. And it seems like his parents, he couldn't wait to be with. So there's two things I'm noticing here with Brooklyn. One is either he was going to get his own bread, and he was going to go to be honest with you, I believe he planned to go no contact from the beginning with his parents. I knew, as soon as he turned 18, 19 or of age, as soon as he left the house, his plan was to go no contact. Just, let's keep it real. It seems like he wanted to either go no contact or separate himself from his family. That's number one. But number two, if he didn't do it on his own, then he was going to do it through marriage. And he just so happened to be with a woman who had a family that has the means to take care of him forever. He doesn't have to worry about those things anymore. Because remember, in Harry's case, so for example, Harry and Meghan is a perfect example of this. When he decided that he wanted to leave the UK and he abdicated himself, I think that's what the term is, to abdicate. Abdicate? I don't remember, but anyways, I believe what's the term, y'all? I don't want to say the wrong term. I think it's abdicate. Is that the word? Abdicate? Abdicate, yeah. Abdicate. Yeah, so he decided, sorry y'all if y'all hear noise, that's dumb, y'all. Oh Lord, taking a shower. Okay. He decided to abdicate himself. And that stripped him of his status. Not fully, but he just doesn't have the same privileges that he did. And so now he has to make money in other ways. So that's why you saw the book. That's why you see more of his speaking engagements. He got to take care of his family, y'all. So now we have the same thing going on with Brooklyn, but guess what? Brooklyn can't take care of Nicola. He ain't got nothing going on. I gotta be honest. He got his cooking, which is great, but I don't think it's bringing as much revenue as it, for him to take care of a billionaire's daughter. So basically, he's going to have to figure out how to make the money and how to sustain himself, because if, her father decides one day that he no longer wants to support her or Brooklyn, or if the father gets tired and he doesn't want to support Brooklyn, because now imagine the billionaire dad is supporting not only his daughter, but his daughter's husband. So this can go wrong in so many ways and go bad in so many ways. And so he's going to have to learn how to stand on his own. And he's going to have to learn. And this is why I said that I don't think he should have publicized this, for the simple fact that you cannot burn. It's not just burning bridges with your parents. It's whoever your parents are connected to. So this is why I said it's not smart to do this. And I wish that his publicist had spoken to him. If you're a PR person, if you have a PR person, they would actually not recommend that you do this, because this is going to sever ties not only with your parents, but whoever they're affiliated with. And they are a very strong, powerful brand. Nicola and Brooklyn, they are not a brand. They've never been a brand, and they haven't gotten to that status yet. And so this is why I think that he was, again, going off of emotion, and he wasn't really thinking clearly. And unfortunately, this is going to cost him in the future as far as his deals, because now his parents are going to be seething, especially if his daddy's a Taurus. Continuing. Now, let's continue to the next part. Oh, Lord. All right, let me go and see if I can feed Mimi. I think she's hungry, y'all. So, actually, just wait one moment. I'm going to play. Let me go feed Mimi. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Her food is here. Dom already has her food, so I'm just going to give it to her. I thought he said he had her food. Honey, you said you have her food? Y'all. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make y'all watch something, and then I'll continue with his letter, y'all. Give me 1 second. Here, y'all going to watch something about Nicola in Brooklyn. Where it's at. Okay, here. Y'all going to learn the history about what's going on. How about that? Here we go. Okay, y'all watch this. And then I'm going to come back because Mimi, I think she needs to eat right now. She seems a bit hungry. She keeps biting my socks. So that's how I know it's time for her to eat. I'll make her food for her. Okay, here we go.
Back to connect the chaos of the very public unraveling of the Beckham family. Let's flow through it. A little quick background. David Beckham and Victoria Beckham got married in 1999 at the height of their fame. This turned into an immediate power couple. Over the next 2 decades, they built not just a family, but a $1 billion brand Beckham, spanning across sports, fashion, and entertainment. Together, they have 4 children, Brooklyn, who's 26, Romeo, who's 23, Cruz, who's 20, and Harper, who's 14. All of the drama is surrounding their eldest, Brooklyn, and his now wife, Nicola Peltz. This all started back in 2019 when Brooklyn Beckham met billionaire heiress Nicola Peltz. By July of 2020, they were engaged, and publicly everything seemed great. For their engagement announcement, Nicola wore a yellow dress by Victoria Beckham, which seems like a small detail, but it comes in handy later. There have always been rumors that there's been a little bit of feuding, but fast forward to this past weekend, Brooklyn posted on his Instagram stories a lengthy and jarring statement about the state of their family and all of the insane drama that happened between here and here. One of the things Brooklyn claimed was in 2021, Victoria and David pressured him to sign away the rights to his name for brand Beckham for business purposes. He alleges that incentives were involved and he refused, and from that point on, the relationship shifted from family dynamics to business issues. In April of 2022, Brooklyn and Nicola get married in Palm Beach in a lavish wedding that reportedly cost several millions of dollars. The wedding is where Dressgate happens, and this is where the rumors of a rift between Nicola and her now mother-in-law, Victoria Beckham, really started exploding online. Nicola wore a wedding dress by Valentino instead of the couture fashion line her mother-in-law makes, Victoria Beckham. Nicola at the time said that scheduling issues are what prevented Victoria from designing her dress. Brooklyn claims something very different went down. Brooklyn alleges that Victoria canceled the dress at the 11th hour to sabotage Nicola. But there is a Vogue article that came out around the time of the wedding that said that Nicola and Valentino had been working on this dress for over a year together. So as for the wedding issues, the jury is still out on Dressgate if it was actually sabotage or if it was scheduling. He also alleged that the night before their wedding, Brooklyn's family members were going up to Nicola saying she's not blood, saying she's not real family. But the most debated moment is the first dance. Mark Anthony, famous singer, friend of Victoria and David, performed at the reception, and after the wedding there was an account that he asked Brooklyn to come up stage and dance the most beautiful woman in the room tonight, which you would think would be the bride, but it was actually his mother, Victoria. According to Brooklyn, this was supposed to be a moment between him and his new wife, but Victoria hijacked this moment and made it humiliating, inappropriate, and totally embarrassing for him. For a quick fact check, photos of the night do show that Brooklyn and Nicola did have a romantic first dance together. So again, jury is still out on what really went down with this first dance drama. So what's gone down since then? They had a vow renewal without the Beckhams there. Brooklyn and Nicola did not attend David Beckham's 50th birthday, but in Brooklyn's Instagram stories, he said that they tried to go celebrate with his dad and asked to do it privately instead of at the party. And allegedly, David turned this down and said he would only talk to him if cameras were there and if Nicola was not. Then in December, Victoria liked a cooking video of Brooklyn's on Instagram, which Brooklyn said was a violation of his privacy and ultimately blocked his whole family. Brooklyn also said one of the other things they've done is Victoria has tried to get in touch with some of his ex is to make Nicola jealous, some of which include actress Chloe Grace Moretz, Madison Beard, and Lexi Wood, who you know from Summer House with Kyle Cook and Amanda Batula, who ironically announced their separation also on Instagram stories yesterday within minutes of Beckham's Instagram story announcement. There's one more person we need to talk about, and that is David's ex-assistant, Rebecca Luz. She alleged back in 2004 that her and David had an affair, which he has still denied. But publicly yesterday, she supported Brooklyn Beckham.
Wait. There's too much tea here. Hold on a damn minute. Wait a damn minute, y'all. Hold on. There's too much tea being spilled. Okay, come here, Mimi. Come here. Your daddy said he had food for you, but you ate it already. I don't know what he talking about. I fed it to you. Okay. Here. Next time I'll prepare her food ahead of time. Usually I do it. I didn't think she would get this hungry this quickly. Okay. Oh, Lord. That's too much tea. Okay, I heard everything. So I'm not going to rewind. Who had an affair with who? Red flag. And then the mama, hold up. So it sounds like Brooklyn remembers things one way, but reality is a different way. Is that what I'm understanding? Because it sounds like, again, he's a Pisces, yo. And, you know, his family definitely did a number on him. Brooklyn, you need to go see a therapist. Stop trying to tell us what your parents did and go see a therapist ASAP. Because if there's pictures out there of the one fact was debunked was that she was working with Valentino already. So your mama didn't take the dress away from her. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like she just chose a different dressmaker and maybe she didn't want to hurt your mom's feelings. Sounds like somebody's playing telephone here. You ever play the game telephone and one person says one thing and it spreads around and it's the wrong information? So Brooklyn, were you actually there? Or did your wife tell you that? And were you guys trying not to hurt her feelings by saying, hey, I don't want to wear Victoria Beckham. I want to wear Valentino. And number two, the dance with the most beautiful woman in the room, that was Mark Anthony's fault. He messy as hell. Red flag. I mean, he was married to J-Lo. What do you expect? He always has issues, y'all. Didn't he have a first wife, I remember, and then he left her for J-Lo or something like that, and then he got with J-Lo. It was a whole situation. We might need to... Oh, yeah, I did add J-Lo to the list. But, yeah, no. Something's off here. So, there's Brooklyn's side, the parent side, and the truth. Somewhere down the middle. And I'm going to go with the couture thing. I think that she already had a dress in mind. And she probably didn't want to tell Victoria that she didn't want to wear her dress. So maybe she was trying to make both of the dresses happen. And it's quite possible that Victoria probably felt offended when she found out. She probably thought she was going to wear her dress. And then, oh no, I'm going to wear Valentino too. And then, you know, people pleasing. Because Nicola looks like a people pleaser to me. The way she be talking to Brooklyn... When I did the whole, when I broke down her cooking video, and she seems like a people pleaser to me. So, yeah, that could be possible. So it looks like just misunderstanding for the dress. So the dress, we're going to leave that alone. It sounds like the mom really probably wanted it, and she didn't want it. But instead of being direct, she was indirect, and then probably complaining to her husband. That sounds like a complaining type of story, because she's probably complaining. She definitely, the dress is Nicola telling Brooklyn, oh yeah, I don't want to wear it, but then probably to Victoria's face, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wear it with the Valentino. Oh yeah. I know how these folks go, especially Americans. Y'all, if you're from the UK, I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, even though I know Americans are from the UK originally, but it's a different culture. There are some Americans who are super direct, and then there are going to be others who are not, especially when you're dealing with people of a certain demographic, aka white women. I mean, I'll be honest. So I don't know how white women do it in the UK. It seems to me like white women in the UK are very direct. They seem very extremely, like, to the point. I've seen them in action. They do not play. They will tell you straight up. But especially in Canada, they're not like that naturally. And in America... again, I'm not some, not all, but I have noticed that a lot of them will have this kind of like passive aggressive kind of behavior. And that is, again, something I have observed in the wild. And that is something that we, black women, we don't do that. We're going to tell you directly, I'm not wearing your damn dress. So, I mean, it's just a difference of behavior, a difference of culture, especially when we're dealing with American white women, okay? So, Victoria Posh, you learned your first lesson in American Women 101. Even though you guys share the same race, and you phenotypically look the same, and you're of a millionaire status, you have a different environment. And so, a lot of American women from that demographic are a bit passive aggressive when it comes to situations, or they don't want to tell you the truth, and then they'll kind of like be mad at you but not really directly tell you. It'd be weird. If you work in corporate, you know what I'm talking about. It's just very strange behavior. I'm not talking about, again, like I said, not all, because I work with some lovely people, but I'm just saying that I have noticed that kind of behavior in North America, and maybe in the UK it's a little different. So you got your first taste. Okay, continuing. So now the second one was what she talked about, the dance. So this one was Mark Anthony's fault, because, and I want to say it's Mark Anthony's fault, but actually it's the planning. Who was the wedding? Oh, but they fired the wedding planners. That's true. So remember, we read that her dad, Nicola's dad, didn't want to pay the wedding planners, and so it seems like this was a planning problem. Let me tell y'all something, especially if you've been married and you've planned a wedding. You know everything is planned from the beginning to the end. So it's quite possible, because the wedding planners, they left in the middle of wedding planning. Like within a few weeks of them, they were about to like finish, or like I think it was like the dad didn't want to pay them, and the wedding was like happening like really soon. Like it was like not even, it was like at the last hour. So it's quite possible that they dropped the ball on this, especially when you're talking about wedding planning. Because when you're planning a wedding, everything has to be orchestrated and timed. So the dance should have been on the agenda, and everybody should have known about it. And so if Brooklyn did not request to have a first dance with his mother, there's no reason why Mark Anthony should have ever said that he should dance with a special lady, and or who the most beautiful woman. That should have never happened. It's not part of the wedding. Not part of the or on the agenda. So I don't know who dropped the ball, but again, this seems like more of a planning issue, because there's no reason he should have spontaneously said that. That was very unprofessional behavior. And to be honest with you, if it was requested by because remember, he's friends with Victoria and David, but it's not their wedding. And this is a problem right here. Red flag. You should have never, ever, 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 ever been able to impose what you wanted at your son's wedding. It is not your wedding. It is your son's wedding. And it seems like he was caught off guard by that. And he should not have been, because again, any wedding that's planned, you have to rehearse. You can't just go up there and dance. Like, you actually have to be like, okay, dad's going to dance. Because I remember when my mom and my mother-in-law, they had to walk in together to light the candle of unity, and they had to practice. They had to come in together and practice together, and then walk together to the front, and then come to the back, and then my dad had to, act like he was walking me down the aisle. It was a whole thing. And then Dom we went for rehearsals, like dress rehearsal, right like the day before the wedding. And so then everybody knew their position, and then at the reception, receptions are a little different in Korea, so it's not the same as in the States or in Canada. But to be honest with you, though, if we did have a reception in a similar way, everything would have been timed. Like the speech is timed, like who's dancing with who. So there's no way that this could have been done spontaneously. So he was probably doing a favor for Victoria, and that was very unprofessional. Not only that, but his parents definitely crossed the boundary here. So I'm going to give them a red flag for that. All right. So we're going to finish watching this video, and then we're wrapping this right up tonight. We're going to continue tomorrow, because I have a feeling that there's more to this story. And if they're saying I did not expect this affair news to come out, so where there's smoke,
Cook and Amanda Batula, who ironically announced their separation. So what's gone down since then? They had a first dance. News show that Brooklyn and Nicole.
Okay, so then the contract thing. So he was talking about the contract and his name. Okay, we'll talk about that tomorrow. The contract. The affair. I need to find out more information about this affair. So I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry if you were expecting me to go deep dive into this tonight, but we did too much on the David case, and tomorrow will be Brooklyn and what's the name? Nicola? Tomorrow we'll do Brooklyn, Nicola, And then we'll do the update with the pastor, the fiance. And then I think there was another story. Oh, yeah, the protests in Minneapolis. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then I think there's one more story I wanted to cover tomorrow. I'll figure that out. Okay, hold on. Let's go back here.
Come upstage and dance.
Let me finish listening to Sis real quick.
Beautiful woman in the room tonight, which you would think would be the bride, but it was actually his mother, Victoria. According to Brooklyn, this was supposed to be a moment between him and his new wife, but Victoria hijacked this moment and made it humiliating, inappropriate, and totally embarrassing for him. For a quick fact check, photos of the night do show that Brooklyn and Nicola did have a romantic first dance together. So again, jury is still out on what really went down with this first dance drama. So what's gone down since then? They had a vow renewal without the Beckhams there. Brooklyn and Nicola did not attend David Beckham's 50th birthday, but in Brooklyn's Instagram stories, he said that they tried to go celebrate with his dad and asked to do it privately instead of at the party. And allegedly, David turned this down and said he would only talk to him if cameras were there and if Nicola was not. Then in December, Victoria liked a cooking video of Brooklyn's on Instagram, which Brooklyn said was a violation of his privacy and ultimately blocked his whole family.
Hold up. So this don't make no sense. I thought he said his brothers blocked him last summer. So they block and unblock each other. Red flag, toxic ass family. Okay, continuing. We're going to wrap this right up tonight. Hold up.
Brooklyn also said one of the other things they've done is Victoria has tried to get in touch with some of his exes to make Nicola jealous, some of which include actress Chloe Grace Moretz, Madison Beard, and Lexi Wood, who you know from Summer House with Kyle Cook and Amanda Batula, who ironically announced their separation also on Instagram stories yesterday within minutes of Beckham's.
This is a mess, y'all. I'm sorry. We gotta move this on to tomorrow.
Instagram story announcement. There's one more person we need to talk about, and that is David's ex-assistant, Rebecca Luz. She alleged back in 2004 that her and David had an affair, which he has still denied. But publicly yesterday...
2004? 2004. How long ago was that? I know. I graduated from high school. It's like 20-something years ago. Was he creeping? Okay, how long was this affair? What is going on, David? And how long was he married to Victoria? Like a few years? Okay.
She supported Brooklyn Beckham, saying that the truth always comes out. Regardless of...
She sounds like a woman or assistant scorned. Okay, we gonna figure that out. Okay, I gotta write a lot to write tomorrow.
Whose side you're on. It's never fun to see a family fracture. But this has been some of the most major celebrity tea we have gotten in a long time. Settle in.
Yeah, you too excited, sis. That means something's coming down the pipeline. When you see the celebrities going crazy like this, y'all, that means we gotta be on guard for something. Canada did a deal with China. I hope y'all know that. That the first deal in years, y'all. So there's some alliances being made. Just know something's a brewing when the celebrities go crazy. But hell, we need a good distraction with all this craziness going on. All right, let's watch this one. You know what? I'll save this one for tomorrow. Let me read a few comments and then we out of here tonight, y'all. I think we've been here long enough. Okay. It's already 7. Yeah, almost 11 for y'all. So I'm going to let y'all go early. And tomorrow I'll come in earlier. Oh, yeah, we got to take Mimi to the groomers. Okay, I'll come in at 1:30. Yeah, tomorrow, my time. All right, let's read a little bit. I'll read a few comments and then we out. Genesis, hey, how are you? Angela, you said, LOL, Roman, you crack me up. Imagine if you're famous. I wouldn't say everything. Therapy went through a 12-step program to deal with me and with my mother issues. Yes, I agree. No, I can't be famous. I am too, I can't be famous. The good thing about me though is I'm not on social media. Actually, I can't be famous because you gotta be on social media all the time. That's where I draw the line. I can't even post. I'm just not I'm not chronically online, so that would take me out of the running. But yeah, like please, like resolve the issues with your peoples in the background. I would never air, like, you know, like I said, like sometimes I do talk about my parents here and there, and I talk about certain issues, but I'm not going to air out all their business like that. Like, that's craziness. Like, he literally aired out his parents in front of the entire world and said how horrible they are. That's a lot. That's a lot to unpack. And you can tell he has a lot of daddy issues. Men who have daddy issues are actually, like, I find like men who have daddy issues, oh man, mommy issues and daddy issues are both hard to deal with, to be quite honest with you. But especially with young men, because his father wasn't really there in the way that he should have been. And then also it looks like he was very close to his mom. So that's why they formed a natural relationship, to be quite honest with you, allegedly. But I can see that happening because I call it emotional incest, because a lot of the time, remember, David's a soccer player. So he would be out and about, probably going to games. She's an athlete's wife, and it's similar to Giselle and Tom Brady. So it's not a stable lifestyle. And remember, she had to kind of push herself to the side to, tend to his career. And of course, she has her fashion and all that stuff. But then at the same time, she was probably a more present figure in the household than David was. That's what I'm assuming, because it would make the most sense, because he's in soccer. He's probably going away all the time. So Brooklyn is her first baby, but also he became her surrogate husband. Listen, y'all, there's something we gotta unpack here, because a lot of people think that it's single moms and their sons that have this unnatural relationship with each other. But it's not just single mothers and sons. It's also married mothers and sons. Married mothers with what? Absent fathers. So they're there, they are there in body, but not in spirit. They are checked out. Either that or they're physically not there. So in the case of David Beckham, he had to go play games away, all these things. The kids couldn't come with him. Somebody had to be stable. Victoria. So who else would talk to her? Who else would be around her? Who else would? Brooklyn. He was with her the longest. That was her baby. He was there the longest. And so again, the whole mother-son made him uncomfortable. As an adult, now it makes you uncomfortable, because now you realize the difference and you're like, this is not natural. But then your mother is emotionally attaching herself to you like you are her husband. And a lot of mothers have that type of relationship with their son. And some mothers, what happens is that they'll connect with their sometimes the daughter-in-law, if she doesn't cause problems, meaning like she doesn't rock the boat, she lets them keep having their little relationship, then they're gonna be cool with her. But if you have a Nicola who's like, hey, I don't want you to do that, or hey, I would like for us to focus on each other, or your mom did this and I don't like it, and Brooklyn really loves her and he's tending to her and taking care of her, as a man should, to be quite honest with you. I don't think he's doing anything wrong by protecting his wife. Let's be clear. Then you're going to have this kind of friction. So anyways, we're going to talk about it tomorrow. These mothers and these married mamas who use their sons as their surrogate husbands. Red flag. It's not just the single mamas. Continuing. Mary, you said, I believe that. Absolutely, and that he did. Men are just, yep. The Taurus I dealt with was sneaky as fuck. Well, David Beckham. We just saw that. Didn't they say he had an affair? I'm not surprised. XOXO Ganja Girl, you said air sign men can get this fade too. Yup. 100% I agree with you. But for real, is the perfect word. Learning the astral patterns has helped me personally. It has. I've always been into that. My religious upbringing, though, I remember, I used to always read zodiacs when I was young. Even when I was younger, I used to get the newspaper and read the zodiac sign and be like, oh, what is mine? What is mine, right? But it's so interesting how, your birth, it really lines up with everything, the moon, the sun, when you were born, what time you were born, the placements, what was going on in the moon. It's all connected, y'all. It's crazy. Aries are attention seekers, y'all. So our Sagittarius is quiet as it's kept. All of my friends who are Sagittariuses, they literally all of them are very similar. They're very beautiful, very attention, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. Aries too, yeah. But Aries, I've noticed, Aries are pretty chill though. I get along with Aries very well. And Pisces women, yes, I do actually. I get along with them and Aries very well. Scorpios, oh Lord, we tussle a little bit, but we cool. Libras, oh no, I'm sorry. I love my Libra baby though, but RKO. You said RKO Love. I think for the dance part, Brooklyn's issue is the fact that his mom accepted to take the spotlight off his wife on his wife's wedding day, and not about Mark Anthony's shenanigans. Yes, I agree with you on that. Yes, I could see, yeah, it's like, yes, his mom did take the spotlight off his wife, but then at the same time, Mark Anthony was out of pocket for that, though. I hope that was rehearsed, because if it wasn't, Mr. I Need to Know needs to sit his ass down somewhere. You said man kind of missing TikTok right now at the star that fell. What happened with TikTok? Did something happen with TikTok? Y'all need to let me know what happened with TikTok. Let me know in the comments real quick if you're still there. What happened with TikTok? Did it go out of... What? I still have my TikTok. What happened? What do you mean you missing TikTok right now? Hold up. What happened with TikTok? Okay. Why y'all... What's going on? US doesn't have TikTok anymore? Ro, darling, from a PR angle, this seems less personal and more about the Beckham brand. Nicola has wealth, but not the same level of name recognition and any behavior that could be seen as entitled. The entitlement risks reflecting poorly on them. The contract may simply be a way to protect their name and manage how it's used. Yeah, we'll talk about that more tomorrow. And thank you so much, sis, for that perspective. Yes, it seems like he did mention that things started to kind of go left when he decided not to sign over his rights to the Beckham brand. But then at the same time, like there's a video. I know there's a video. I'm going to talk about the PR thing. I think it's one of the lawyer videos in there. That like the problem is that if he signs his rights away, then okay, it's good for the parents if he signs his rights away. It would benefit them, but not Brooklyn. But the problem is by him keeping the Beckham name, then that Nicola automatically becomes entitled to that money or some of it or semblance of it because they're married. And so if anything goes awry, like if they get a divorce, you know, I'm hoping that they don't. But, you know, sometimes things don't work out. And she would be entitled to pursue certain things of the brand, especially if it's connected to Brooklyn and in turn connected to his parents. And so it just, it becomes about money, a money game. Sylvie, hey sis, you said the tourist I dated had a whole fiance. Red flag. Had a whole fiance. Yo, these tourist men, I thought they were the most grounded, and come to find out, when I saw all them dictators were Tauruses and also some Aries, I said, oh, throw the whole pot away. Capricorns too. Throw it away. Pisces, it was the inventors, but Lord, they were emotional. They're diabolical. Oh, I had something on my lip this whole time. Mary, you said, thank you, Romy. This live was helpful with all the stuff I experienced today. I love the horoscopes. My religious ex didn't like it too much. Called it BS one time. I should have said, like your book. You know, the funny thing is that, like, people will always downgrade or, like, if they don't understand something, then the easiest way is to criticize it. But if they only researched and saw that, yes, I'm not saying that everything is related to it, but you know, if you do your research enough, you'll find what you need. But I noticed that, and especially, and I'll be honest, as a Christian person, that's one thing I didn't like about going to church, is like no one wants to investigate. It's like, oh, it says this and that's it, and I'm like, no, but why? Like, don't you want to critically think about it? And I think that that's always what separates people from others, is some people, they just want to live in their, you know, in their bubble, and that's okay, and I accept it, but don't expect me to, because I'm gonna call it out every time. You know, this world is very vast. There's so many different thoughts and ideals, and you know, so many different things that we could all learn from, and everything is all connected, always. Rose, you said we still, hey Rose, I didn't even say hi to you. Hey sis, you said we still have it. They sold it, so it's different than before. Oh, they sold it to Ellison? Oh, y'all don't get the same TikTok? Hold up, so if I play a TikTok video, you guys are not gonna get the same. Oh, they'll censor it. Oh my god. If you guys want though, I can share my TikTok with you guys. I'm not my password or nothing, but we can have like I can show you guys some stuff from my side, because in Canada, I remember. Oh, okay, we'll talk about that real quick and then we'll wrap this up. Remember, I remember just recently there was a CBS expose about where they were sending these ICE, the people that they would apprehend, ICE agents would apprehend. Since we're talking about it, we're going to talk about it tomorrow. they would send these quote unquote illegals to Ecuador. I think it was Ecuador or El Salvador. Sorry, y'all. I don't remember which country. It was the E country. And they would illegally do it, and they were like they did an expose on the like the jails, and also like the prison, the environment, the detention centers, and how they were basically treated like animals, like just literally treated like animals, and like the inhumane conditions. And then they blocked it in America, but Canadians saw it. It was posted on CTV News, and so Canadians, like, we were like, oh my God, we were so shocked about it. And then CBS tried to pull it, but it was already done, and some people already screen recorded it, and we had it in Canada, but you didn't get access in the US. So if ever, and I'm gonna make this plea, I'm just gonna say it out loud right now, because I know sometimes YouTube be playing funny games, but if ever there's a story that you guys want more information on and not the censored version, then we could definitely talk about it on YouTube. And if it's too sensitive, then hit me up on Discord. I will definitely not make it members only. I only make it members only if there's sensitive information that I feel like is like really like too much, and I need to put it in a platform where it's not too like, where I have to put it for long, like, you know, I have to do a live stream or something, so it must be on YouTube so I don't use up data and storage. But if it's news that's gonna affect you, like for example, like I know in Minneapolis there was like weather alert in the south, like it's gonna be below freezing and people are not gonna get food and water. That one is not gonna be members only. Like I'll put it in the Discord, or I'll give you guys like news and stuff like that, so we could actually start doing that. I really didn't know that. I didn't know it was sold to the US. I mean, I heard about it, but I didn't know it was really like it took over, like they took over it or took it over. So that's crazy to me. That's wild. Okay, I'll read a few more and then I'm out. D4Vd, you said, yep, TikTok updated with your sharing data with them based on your race, sexual orientation, immigration status, red flag. What is going on here? And mental health information ID and information about your terms. Hold up. Okay, let's park this because we'll talk about it tomorrow when we do the Don Lemon situation going on and Nicki Minaj. I can't stand her right now. Oh my God, I really don't like her. I never did, to be honest with you, but this really I really don't like her. You said you said they also said basically they'll come after you if you speak against the government. Are you kidding me? Okay. What? Oh, so I definitely can't go to after I do tomorrow's live stream. Oh Lord, I don't think I can visit the US until Orange leaves. They're not gonna let me in. They're not gonna let me in. They're not gonna let my ass in. All they gotta do is put Romy and my last name. If it pops up Romy, they'll be like, pack your ass right up out of here. Wow, that's wild. Okay, we'll talk about that tomorrow. I wish I could join y'all tomorrow. I'm in Minneapolis and leaving town tomorrow because it's just too much and there's no end. You're in Minneapolis? Oh my God, sis. Oh my gosh. Wow, I did not know that. Okay, now I know. I wish I had known. I would have done the protest one tonight then. I really didn't know. I didn't know anybody was in Minnesota. Well, please, good luck. And yes, please leave if you can. Right now, the block is hot. There's just a lot going on. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. I hope you can catch I keep all my live streams up. So I hope that you can catch the replay. I'll talk about it. I'll probably talk about it first thing tomorrow since the Brooklyn one is kind of more lighthearted. So, no, it's not lighthearted, but it's family drama. We need to exchange horror stories about tourists, man. Y'all, my sister married to a tourist. Oh, Lord. But he's good. He's one of the good ones. But, Lord, them dictator ways do be coming out, though. It be jumping. That's how I was able to be like, whoa. All right. Yeah, praying for you, Sylvie. I really pray for you, and I hope everything works out well for you. They scam protesters' faces. I'm not surprised because China was doing that too. Not China. Hong Kong was... Yeah, China. China did it in Hong Kong when they did the whole revolution protest a few years ago. All right, y'all. I'm going to leave y'all tonight. I know it's been a long night for some of y'all. And Sylvie, please take care of yourself. All of you guys take care of yourselves. Please stay warm wherever you are. I hope that you're not experiencing that cold vortex weather that's coming out. I will be going on stream as soon as I come home from the groomers. So yeah, I'll probably be on earlier. Anyways, have a good night, y'all, and we